Namaste. Please join us on a free global online episode, Agnihotra Special, Healing Earth, Body, Mind, Spirit, and more. Namaste. Please join us on a free global online episode, Agnihotra Special, Healing Earth, Body, Mind, Spirit, and more. Namaste. Please join us on a free global online episode, Agnihotra Special, Healing Earth, Body, Mind, Spirit, and more. Namaste. Please join us on a free global online episode, Agnihotra Special, Healing Earth, Body, Mind, Spirit, and more. Namaste. Please join us on a free global online episode, Agnihotra Special, Healing Earth, Body, Mind, Spirit, and more. Namaste. Please join us on a free global online episode, Agnihotra Special, Healing Earth, Body, Mind, Spirit, and more. Namaste. Please join us on a free global online episode, Agnihotra Special, Healing Earth, Body, Mind, Spirit, and more. Namaste. Please join us on a free global online episode, Agnihotra Special, Healing Earth, Body, Mind, Spirit, and more. Namaste. Please join us on a free global online episode, Agnihotra Special, Healing Earth, Body, Mind, Spirit, and more. Namaste. Please join us on a free global online episode, Agnihotra Special, Healing Earth, Body, Mind, Spirit, and more. Namaste. Please join us on a free global online episode, Agnihotra Special, Healing Earth, Body, Mind, Spirit, and more. Namaste. Please join us on a free global online episode, Agnihotra Special, Healing Earth, Body, Mind, Spirit, and more. Namaste. Please join us on a free global online episode, Agnihotra Special, Healing Earth, Body, Mind, Spirit, and more. Namaste. Please join us on a free global online episode, Agnihotra Special, Healing Earth, Body, Mind, Spirit, and more. Namaste. Please join us on a free global online episode, Agnihotra Special, Healing Earth, Body, mind, spirit, and more. Namaste. Please join us on a free global online episode, Agnihotra Special, Healing Earth, Body, Mind, Spirit, and more. Namaste. Please join us on a free global online episode, Agnihotra Special, Healing Earth, Body, Mind, Spirit, and more. Namaste. Please join us on a free global online episode, Agnihotra Special, Healing Earth, Body, Mind, Spirit, and more. Namaste. Please join us on a free global online episode, Agnihotra Special, Healing Earth, Body, Mind, Spirit, and more. Namaste. Please join us on a free global online episode, Agnihotra Special, Healing Earth, Body, Mind, Spirit, and more. Namaste.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I'm your host, Amrita, and this episode we are broadcasting to you on specific subject of Agnihotra. But before we talk about Agnihotra, we would like to wish all our viewers a very happy Holi, the celebration of colors, of vibrance, of spring, of love, joy that we all nurture and nourish and also spread with our and share with our loved ones, making new and old memories revive and also praying for the colorful life of everyone. And that is why where today we are in such a big dilemma of a lot of things going on around the globe. Let's have a short Gayatri mantra and also pray for global peace. Joining our hands together with a calm mind, taking a deep breath inside as we all pray for peace and tranquility. Let's chant Om. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Welcome. Agnihotra or Homa therapy, one of the ancient traditional sciences that has been explored many years back, but still has its relevance in today's time. And it's pretty much relevant in many, many ways in today's time. And that's why for today's episode, I very warmly welcome the episode producer of this very Agnihotra episode, Dr. Ulrich Berg. Global Namaste, a very warm welcome and good evening. And along with me, I have our guest panelists who are our resident panelists, Dr. Anukul Goswamiji, as well as Dr. Kailash Parekh, who has joined us from United Kingdom. Very good afternoon and a very warm welcome as well.
Global Namaste to everyone. Thank you.
Well, namaste to everybody.
Dr. Ulrich, you have been practicing Agnihotra in various ways. It is very useful. It's a talk of the town in many countries. People, especially at this time, also require a mental peace as well as a calm mind to be very mindful of what actions do they take. And I think it is very precise to talk about this kind of an episode where it's about some traditions, it's something about knowledge, it's about practices, as well as some wisdom orientation in terms of a wiseful life that we can lead in. So, two words of your wisdom before we take over. We also welcome our founder and director, Neil Kumar from London. Global Namaste and a very good afternoon.
Global Namaste to you, Amrita, Anukul, Kailash, Lisa, Parvati, with a gang of people over there. Shortly, Ulrich will be inviting them. It's wonderful to have a nice entourage of people over here. And thanks to our producer for this episode, Professor Dr. Ulrich Berg. So wonderful to have you, the way you are connected with people and bringing this Agnihotra live. And so many people are connected to us on YouTube, Facebook, website, and other mediums in a partner channels there as well. thanks to our technical director as well, Nishit. Nishit, if you could bring your video on just for a moment, and we can say hello to you as well. So that will be nice. And yeah, that's Nishit over there. And he's also excited about this, which is beautiful.
Oh,
And
holy background.
Yes, I didn't realize I'm going to change my background in a second.
and it's your birthday, Nishit.
Was it?
Yes, it was.
And it's amazing that you've been with us right from the start. Amrita wanted to sing happy birthday to you, and Ulrich and Uncle, everybody wants to wish you a happy birthday.
Yes.
That is amazing.
Birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday, dear Nishit Bhai, happy birthday to you. May your birthday be filled with a lot of sparkles in the life and with fun, laughter, joy, and health, with loads of wishes and love from all the Healing Our Earth family, as well as all the viewers who have joined us, who have been a part of this. Let's wish our technical director and a very wonderful soul a very happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Thank you very much. That was a lovely surprise. I'm enjoying the program. This is something new for me. I'm looking forward to exploring what Agnihotra is all about.
And not only will you learn what it's about, you will see how different people in a different country merge together to bring that energy. We were talking about energy with Evan and Lisa just earlier in a private room. Today, those who are connected to us will feel the energy. And Amrita, as you said, and we'll mention this again, is the holy time on Wednesday. It's a holy festival, which is a festival of colors that brings laughter and joy and a celebration of love. It's the start of a spring and a new beginning. It's a day to let go and play with colors, make memory with loved ones, and wishing everybody a vibrant and a happy Holi. And today, to start that Holi, we are going to have Agnihotra. So over to you, Professor Dr. Ulrich and Amrita and Lisa. It's all yours. So let's go, go, go.
Thank you, Nil Kumar. And with this episode, I also very eagerly wait for Swindy to sing as Parvati and Swindy. Both of them make a very beautiful match, and the lyrics go very well. Written songs and the singing. I look forward to that because the ragas and the music and spirituality with Agnihotra goes hand in hand, isn't it, Dr. Ulrich?
Yes. Although, as Neil Kumar said, I don't sing on Sundays, so that's such a pity. I can't join them.
No,
Otherwise,
we
I
will
would
ask
be.
others to sing then.
Okay, so maybe we start.
Yes,
So
yes, please go ahead.
I wanted to start with showing just a little bit of Agnihotra so that people who have not seen Agnihotra yet have an idea of what we are talking. And then we continue with the people from Pogorania Eco Village. And then Lisa takes over about the healing session. Okay?
Yes, thank you.
Yaya Yaya Dam Namama Japataye Idam Namama.
So now I invite the people from Pogo Aranya Eco Village to give short statements about how Agnihotra has had an impact on their lives. So they're all there. So you already know Parvati Rosenbitzberg. Then next to her
Namaste, everyone.
is Suvindi Karina. Then
Yes.
in the background, it is Rory Maher, Jarek Bitzberg. We don't see her pretty well, only half. It is Asha Johanna Maher. And then in the front, we have Barry Ratner. We will hear more from him later on. So all these are together. It is an eco-village, the only Homa eco-village in Europe at least, exists since quite some time. And it's a wonderful place because they are performing the fires consequently since nearly 20 years, I think. And you feel that when you go there. And that is these fires, that is what they keep together. And it's a growing community. Now we are building, because I'm part-time member also, we are building a center of light, a seminar center, so that more people can come, and hopefully that will be finished soon. So now,
Wonderful.
maybe just go in the sequence as you're sitting there.
We planned a sequence.
Okay, then go ahead.
Hello, everybody. My name is Suindi, and I've been living at Bruguraranya for about 15 years now. And how has Agnihotra impacted my life? Well, it brought me here. And living here is fulfilling a lot of dreams of mine. It's giving me direction, a path, and it keeps me in a state of good action. And that's what I really appreciate about Agnihotra, sunrise and sunset, keeping me in a rhythm with the planet and keeping me in a state of good action, and also helping me to maintain a healthy mental state and emotional state. So it's a benefit to me and it's a benefit to the earth, and that's how it's impacted my life.
And
Wonderful.
I'm Parvati Rosenbitzberg, and I'm co-founder of, with Yarek, of Eco Village Bruguraranya. And it started, we've been here 30 years. So, oh, there's no.
Continue.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
Please continue.
Oh, okay.
Wonderful. Please go ahead.
You can still talk. You're still
Okay.
there. It's just
Okay, it was confusing. Okay, so I started Agnihotra about 50 years ago.
Oh,
Yeah, I was
wow.
I was quite young, and I was I had suffered from chronic asthma, very, very serious asthma. I used to have to be put in the hospital and breathing treatments and shots, and always had to live in a building where I had friends so that they could take me to the hospital. So I started Agnihotra in Baltimore, Maryland, and I was working in a health food store, and it was my first day, and my boss said to me, "Oh, I dreamt of you. Come, it's time for Agnihotra. We do a little fire in my car." She had a little box, travel kit, and I was shocked and terrified because I thought, anytime I'm around fire or smoke, I go into a full asthma attack. And then she gracefully brings me to her car. I couldn't say no. She was my boss. It was my first day. And I go out to the car and I sit down in her Volkswagen little beetle, and she lights this big fire up to the ceiling just about, and she chants these mantras, and I'm just praying that I'm going to be okay. But not only was I okay, but what normally I would breathe, I would have an attack and be taken to the hospital. My breathing slowed down and it changed. And I could breathe for the first time calmly and peacefully. And after the fire went out, I looked at her and I said, I want one of these. And I've been doing Agnihotra for 50 years this year, and I don't have any asthma, completely asthma free. And I also worked with children and used Agnihotra with children, and it had such a profound effect on very hyperactive children and troubled children. And I worked in Head Start in America, and I brought the children home and did Agnihotra with them, and they immediately calmed down. They were very kind and nice to each other, where they were usually fighting. And it had such a profound effect. I wrote a program, Yoga and Meditation for Children, and a book about yoga and meditation for children, based really inspired by the change that I saw in the children. And it has such a profound effect on children and also on animals and humans. And it's been such a blessing for me to be doing Agnihotra all these years. It's never old, it's never boring. It always gives me clarity of mind and peace that surpasseth understanding. It's a joy, and it's wonderful to be in this community where we maintain all the fires, Agnihotra, sunrise and sunset, 5 hours of Om Triambakam Yajna.
Too long.
And Rudra Yajnas, etc. And the energy here is alive and healing. Come visit.
Wonderful.
Very
Beautiful. Next.
Hi.
Yes.
Hi, my
Hi.
name is Rory, Rory Ma. I've been living here 26 years and doing Agnihotra 27 years. So not quite as long, but you know, what can I say? It's, you know, as soon as I started Agnihotra, it was a massive radical change, especially within 2 weeks, let's say. It had an amazing effect on my mind more than anything. I was quite self-destructive before, and also a bit not really accomplishing much in my life. And Agnihotra gave me purpose. It gave me it fulfilled my spirit, what I was searching for in life, some way to help the planet, some way to help myself. And there are many holistic practices that call themselves holistic, but nothing that I know of that actually heals the atmosphere, so that when you actually have some kind of therapy and stuff, you're living in the atmosphere all the time. You're not going out into the pollution again and getting, you know, sick again. Here, you create the atmosphere with you, and you're living in that healing energy, and that has the amazing effect on my mind, on my body, on my health, and on my spirit. Yeah, that's my story. Thank you very much.
I'm Jarek Bisberg, Parvati's husband and co-founder of this place, etc. And came across Agnihotra about the same time as Parvati, except I learned it in India from the Akalkot ashram, where it all started, Parama Sadhguru Shri Gajana Maharaj's ashram. And then I was sent to Australia, so I continued experiencing various different New Age things which were of interest to me before, which is why I went to India in the first place. And I went to all kinds of New Age schools and New Age centers and festivals, etc. And what I found Agnihotra did for me was that it kept me focused deeply and connected with Mother Earth, with nature. and similar sort of thing as Rory experienced in the connection with nature. And what I found with the New Age groups, which is still continuing today, unfortunately, but changing more and more, is that they were focused more on themselves and completely unaware of the natural environment. And when I met people who were totally into ecology, like permaculture, etc., and I went to a few ecological meetings and festivals in Australia, it was always the ecologists would never connect with the New Age people. It was always never the twain shall meet, for various reasons. And Agnihotra, what it does is it connects ecology and spirituality. It did for me, and it does for everyone in the whole world. And so even though I continue doing all these New Age things like yoga, meditation, Reiki, all these hundreds of different things that arrived in Australia from America, from California mostly, I still kept this deep connection with Mother Nature thanks to sunrise and sunset Agnihotra. And that is the most important thing. Of course, Agnihotra and yajnas are the first step of the fivefold path of the ancient Vedas. So it's a foundation for everything else that follows, which is all that New Age stuff. But without that foundation, I think people are kind of lost. So that's the experience I had, because it helped me in that direction, kept me grounded, so to speak. So that's it. Thank you.
You, Barry? Hi, I'm Barry Raffner. People always ask me why I moved to Poland 16 and a half years ago. And the first thing I tell them is, well, I started Agnihotra in 1975 at the same time Parvati did. So I said, you know, wherever she goes, I go, even though it was 34 years later. I learned Agnihotra from a psychologist, and I was actually in a therapy session, a 4.5-hour group therapy, 22 people. And the psychiatrist of the group announced, whoever wants to go into the next room with Ross Ford, the psychologist, there were 2 people running the group, can go and meditate for like that. 5 people out of the 22 went. I was one of them. After 5, 6, 7 minutes, after Agnihotra, the first one I ever saw, October of 75, I went back into the room. And I noticed that all of a sudden, I didn't feel like a patient anymore. And I felt this inclination to help people. So other people in the group would say this and that, and I would say this and that. Well, how many? 18 months later, I got my master's degree in counseling psychology, so I continue with the counseling thing. I went to India in 1979. My first trip, I stayed there for 6 years. And I was enrolled at the University of Pune in the psychology department, doing PhD study. And here I am.
Amazing.
Thank you. Thank
Wonderful.
you for our stories.
Asha is going to be presenting Agnihotra medicines later, so she's not going to talk now because I know we're short on time. So you'll meet her later.
Beautiful. Wonderful to hear everybody. And that's nice. Yes, Dr. Ulrich. Yes.
Okay. So next thing will be the talk of Lisa Powers and Evan Grant. Lisa has been doing and teaching Agnihotra since 1973, also one of the first people. She is president of Fivefold Path Incorporated and editor of the Satsang online newsletter. Since 1981, she and her husband Richard have been caretakers of the Paramadam Fire Temple in Medicine, that is the first temple in the New Age. And Evan Grant, he obtained a bachelor degree in social sciences from the Johns Hopkins University and later a Doctor of Medicine degree from the University of Alabama School of Medicine, where he also completed a residency in psychiatry. And he's practicing Agnihotra since 1978. So now, please, Lisa and Evan, you start your presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Ulrich. And if someone can suggest to me how I get to full screen, I'm sorry, somehow I'm not seeing this.
So if you go to the bottom of your taskbar, you will see it, or if you go up and you see the double arrows going across each other, just click them.
Yeah, or the slideshow.
Oh, right.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. Okay.
Perfect. Go ahead, Lee.
Okay. Thank you. So in today's program, we'll be talking about Agnihotra. And when we say that, we're referring to a very specific method. There are many things called Agnihotra, but they're not all the same. So the scientific research and the wonderful results we'll be talking about were obtained using this very specific method. Agnihotra is the basic Homa. Homotherapy is the application of the healing effects of Homa. Heal the atmosphere, and the healed atmosphere heals you. That's the main idea in homotherapy. Homotherapy has many different aspects, and you'll be hearing about quite a few of them today. So using Agnihotra and Agnihotra ash home remedies for healing are aspects of homotherapy.
We're not going to make any claims that Agnihotra or Agnihotra ash remedies will treat or cure any disease or malady. Everybody's different. And there are many different types of the same disease. For example, there are many cancers, there's many infections. But many people around the world have reported cures or benefits from sitting or performing Agnihotra and using Agnihotra ash home remedies. So we want to share some information about what's been learned so far.
We may not know all the ways in which Agnihotra heals the body due to all the subtle energies involved, but we can consider some aspects.
A number of experiments have shown that Agnihotra fumes will reduce bacteria in the atmosphere, and these photographs of medium plates are from such an experiment. Here they were exposed to the air. In each photo, we have a plate on the left that was exposed to the air, but then later not to Agnihotra. The plate on the right was exposed to Agnihotra, and you can see the big difference between them. And this is another experiment that was done at Fergusson College in Pune, India. And like the previous experiment, the medium plates were open in a room before and after Agnihotra and then incubated for 24 hours. The blue bar shows the colony count before Agnihotra, and the red shows it after. So we can see there's a big reduction. Airborne pollutants can irritate tissues and impair our ability to absorb oxygen that we need to live. Agnihotra has been shown to reduce pollutants and so can reduce their impact on our health. This is a study that looked at the air was sampled at 30 minutes at intervals before and after Agnihotra, and it measured 4 pollutants: sulfur oxide, nitrogen oxide, respirable suspended particulate matter, and suspended particulate matter. And immediately after Agnihotra, we can see a little increase because, of course, something's being burned. But later, there's a large decrease in each of these pollutants from their original baseline. in heavily polluted cities, the concentration of oxygen can be inadequate, and this gets worse with heat waves and atmospheric stagnation when pollutants are trapped near the ground. And it's worst in cities with high population density and low vegetation and the heavy use of fossil fuels. And of course, pollution can lead to chronic health issues and fatigue and even reduced cognitive function. Interestingly, Agnihotra facilitates plants increase photosynthesis in plants, increasing oxygen. This was research done at Banaras Hindu University in Varanasi, and specifically, Agnihotra was found to improve the efficiency of PS2, which is one of the four major protein complexes in photosynthesis, which enables plants to put the oxygen into the atmosphere as a byproduct. And we can see that the leaves on the left are all larger. They have more surface area to collect sunlight, so they have more chloroplasts to make photosynthesis.
As we'll be referring to a number of different scientific studies, I wanted to mention that anyone who would like more documentation should get in touch with Dr. Ulrich Burke for this. Many experiments have shown that Agnihotra can be used to purify water. In this one, contaminated water became potable according to World Health Organization standards after treatment with Agnihotra ash. This is so important because according to the World Health Organization, 1 in 4 people globally still lack access to safe drinking water. So here is where this was published, and Dr. Ulrich Burke will be telling us more about this and other research later in today's program. Certainly, it's common knowledge today that stress affects the body. When we have stress, our stomach muscles may tighten, we may get headaches, our sleep may be impaired, and so on. In upcoming portions of this program, you'll be hearing about how Agnihotra reduces tension on the mind. And I love this photo. It was taken in an inner city Baltimore neighborhood, which can be a very high stress environment. And look how calm and peaceful these children are while sitting for Agnihotra. The Vedic knowledge talks about various different subtle energies. We don't even have words in English to describe some of them, but subtle energies play an important part in Agnihotra. The ancient knowledge says that atmosphere, prana, and mind are connected. Prana is the life energy that connects us to the cosmos. This knowledge says that when we make a change in the atmosphere, we also make a change in prana. Prana and mind are like two sides of the same coin. Due to pollution, the functioning of prana has been disturbed. By purifying the atmosphere, we harmonize the functioning of prana, which automatically affects the mind and gives it a push in the direction of love.
This diagram shows wonderfully what's going on at Agnihotra time. The solar energy and the subtle energies from the sun are captured at the Agnihotra pyramid and then react with the mantra and the fire. And energy is thrust into the atmosphere, clearing a channel that can reach up to 12 kilometers or 8 miles. And then prana is drawn down this channel. And then from the pyramid, it's dispersed to the entire vicinity so it can benefit water resources and plants and animals and people.
The Vedic knowledge describes different subtle energy bodies or sheaths. One of these is called the nadi system. The nadi system is said to correspond to and interpenetrate the nervous system. And the nadi system is affected by our breathing. We're not always breathing in the same way. Sometimes we breathe through the left nostril, sometimes the right, or sometimes both. The Vedic knowledge says that the way we breathe affects our health. For example, if we have a cold, it's recommended to lie on your right side, so you'll be breathing through the left nostril, and this speeds up healing. If you've eaten a heavy meal, it's recommended to lie on your left side to aid digestion. If we are up at sunrise to do Agnihotra, our breathing will automatically be adjusted, which helps the nadi system. This is said to lead to better health. And this might be one reason people find that their health improves after they start doing Agnihotra.
Agnihotra can reduce or help reduce a number of common risk factors for illness. Environmental factors, we've already talked about air pollution and how it can help purify water. But there are reports that it can help to ameliorate the effects of radiation and reduce recorded radiation levels. And of course, it can help with chronic inflammation and chronic stress and anxiety. And then, of course, as our risk factors are reduced, our baseline health can improve. And when we're healthier, it's harder for something to make us sick.
A really wonderful study on HIV virus was done in India some years ago at a home for HIV positive children. And in the study, each child performed his or her own Agnihotra. After some time, the children's viral load decreased significantly. CD4 cells are lymphocytes. With Agnihotra, the CD4 cell count increased. Normally, CD4 cell count decreases in HIV patients. The general health of all the children improved very noticeably, showing that their immune system had improved. This is an experiment that Dr. Ulrich Burke supervised, and he said that there was a doctor who used to treat these patients, these children, and he was often called out in the middle of the night. A child would come down with a fever or some infection. But after the children had been doing Agnihotra for a while, the times he was called out for those late night calls started decreasing. And the other thing that was noticeable was the children's energy level. Normally, these HIV positive children are lethargic, but after some time of doing Agnihotra, they became more energetic. They were running up and down the stairs. So significant healing had taken place.
According to traditional knowledge, Agnihotra and homotherapy can bring all of nature back into harmony. And when we practice Agnihotra regularly, we can see and experience this for ourselves. This study illustrates that harmony. This is how Agnihotra can help bring a vital sign back into a healthier range. And what's interesting about this is not only do we see people with high blood pressure having their blood pressure lowered, but we also see people who have low blood pressure having their blood pressure raised into a healthier range.
A very interesting study on live blood analysis will now be presented, the slideshow done by Lee Ringma. Lee and her husband Fritz are certified homotherapy teachers trained by Sri Vasant Paranjape. They run the Homotherapy Association of Australia and a homotherapy center and farm in the Hunter Valley, New South Wales, Australia. They've been sharing Agnihotra throughout the Australasian region for about 30 years. This is one of the few centers in the world that manufactures Agnihotra copper pyramids and equipment on site and provides information and equipment through their website, www.agnihotra.com.au. Actually, this presentation was slated to come a little later in the program. I'm just alerting in case people are were looking for it later.
Hi, I'd like to share with you how rapidly healing can take place just by sitting for Agnihotra, and how rapidly one can heal just by consuming Agnihotra ash in water, that is, or by itself. I've had many experiences over the 35 years of performing Agnihotra of instant healing of discomfort, instant healing of pain. Live blood analysis with dark field microscopy is actually showing these instant results as detected in the blood. So here is a slide of sticky blood. So sticky blood is clumping blood cells. clumping red blood cells. So they're not free flowing. And that means they cannot transport the oxygen and nutrients easily because they're not free flowing. Neither are they separated. When they're separated, then the surface of the cell can deliver more nutrients and oxygen. So the first slide is showing this clumping sticky blood, which indicates dehydration, but also it's a toxic condition. And after just 15 minutes after consuming water charged with Agnihotra ash, the cells, the red blood cells, are free-flowing once more and normalized, so they can deliver the oxygen and the nutrients. Then slide 3 is again clumping red blood cells or sticky blood. And after the patient was just exposed to Agnihotra, the blood flow has normalized in the right slide. That's pretty remarkable. So this was demonstrated by Dr. Ralph Hertel and an alternative practitioner, Katrin Mogel, in Germany. Similarly, Dr. Villanueva of Calipay Wellness Center in the Philippines in 2023 did this test on a patient. So a patient presents with headache, nausea, and restlessness. And the dark field microscopy in Exhibit A shows sticky blood. The red blood cells are unable to freely transport oxygen and nutrients, and there's also many unhealthy cells. 15 minutes after a glass of purified water, so just a glass of water, the blood hydrates and is more normalized, but 75% of the blood cells have a bullseye. You can see those bullseyes. That indicates parasitized by microorganisms or lacking iron. So 75% of the cells are still compromised. But 15 minutes after consuming purified water, including Agnihotra ash, the cells are completely free-flowing and 90% of the cells are healthy. And the patient actually notes absence of the above symptoms of headache, nausea, and restlessness. So just 15 minutes and you can see this beautiful healing taking place and clearly shown in live blood analysis. So the conclusion that we must come to is that Agnihotra and Agnihotra medicinal ash show a remarkably fast healing effect on the condition of the blood. But of course, we invite more experiments to be done. Thank you.
I wanted to call your attention to the homahealth.com website. It gives many, many testimonies of how people have used Agnihotra and or Agnihotra ash home remedies to treat a wide range of health issues. So this is what the homepage looks like. And then down here on the right on that page is this list of various ailments, health conditions, and people have posted their experiences using Agnihotra and these ash preparations. I mean, so you will simply click on one of these, any that you're interested in, and then you'll see however many reports people have submitted for that. I mean, I think this is a really amazing list. What a range of health conditions people have successfully treated with Agnihotra and or Agnihotra ash. I also wanted to mention that sometimes Agnihotra ash home remedies can be available from homotherapy centers, but these ash remedies are never to be sold. And when people at these centers are sharing them, this is as service. It is never for any money. I wanted to share one of my favorite experiences that I saw of a person healing using Agnihotra. Last summer, I met this lady. She was visiting her son in my neighborhood and overheard some people who were talking about Agnihotra. This lady had suffered from horrific pain after having had shingles. It was truly unbearable. She, as you can see from what's on the slide, she saw 18 different doctors. She tried countless alternative treatments. She tried prescribed medications. She tried over the counter, just everything imaginable. I can't even think how much time, energy, and money she must have spent trying to get relief for such horrible pain. And she told me that for the previous 7 months before I met her, she just vegetated. She just barely survived because the pain was so severe. She didn't want to take some of the stronger meds, on an ongoing basis because they just left her so doped up, then she wouldn't do anything anyway. To get a little relief, she would walk. That somewhat reduced the pain. And she would even at 3 a.m. go and walk her dogs just to reduce the pain a little bit. So she spent her nights walking and unable to sleep. So she overheard someone at her son's house talking about Agnihotra, and she said she wanted to learn about this. So that day, they contacted me, and I met with her. And at evening Agnihotra, we each did a fire, and I told her, we'll just sit as long as it's comfortable. I mean, this lady is in horrific pain. I don't know how long she can sit. So we did our fires, and we sat quietly for a few minutes. And she told me that for part of that time, she was pain-free. So naturally, she really wanted to pursue this. So after 2 weeks of either doing Agnihotra herself or sitting for Agnihotra when someone else was doing it, the pain went from what she called a level 10 down to a level 3 or 4, which for her is bearable. She's a very active lady, and she credits Agnihotra with giving her her life back.
Monica Koch is a German pharmacist who's a pioneer in the use of Agnihotra ash in home remedies that can be used for a variety of conditions. I believe she's coming up next. I don't want to steal her thunder, but her book is available free as a download at the link on the screen.
Yeah. And if you just Google the title, it'll actually show up on several different platforms.
Mm-hmm. All right. So Agnihotra is homotherapy, of which Agnihotra is the foundation, is truly holistic. It benefits not only our minds and bodies, but the life and environment around us. We've got a lot yet to be learned about it and about the science behind it. As Sri Vasant often said, believe what you experience.
Okay, next, as Evan mentioned, we'll have Monica Koch, and she's a German pharmacist who learned Agnihotra in 1974 from Sri Vasant Paranjape. And after experiencing the great healing power of Agnihotra fire and the Agnihotra ash, she developed easy methods for people to use their own Agnihotra fire and their own Agnihotra ash to improve their health. Welcome, Monica. Please unmute yourself.
Monika, du musst dich laut stellen. Ja.
Ja, jetzt? Okay.
Und einen guten Tag von mir. Ich sollte dich ja Deutsch begrüßen.
Ja. Hörst du mich jetzt?
Ja, ja.
Gut. Hello, namaste to all friends. I'm very happy to share details about this beautiful fire, Agnihotra, and about the resulting Agnihotra ash. I quickly noticed the great healing power of the fire itself, as well as also of the according ash. And as I'm pharmacist, it was, of course, interesting for me And a special interesting point is that everybody can perform this himself at home. That means you need not to go wherever, but you can help yourself. First, do the Agnihotra fire and sit with it, because this great healing power of the fire itself is so beautiful, as Parvati already has told, with the asthma and many other problems. So already the fire itself creates this extreme healing power. And this healing power is afterwards locked in the Agnihotra ash. So you can take this ash like a medicine substance with you and do your own folk medicines. This means you help yourself and can prepare your own inhalation, your own cream, your own powder, and whatever is needed according to some problems of the body. You can adjust the needed help. So the really beauty of this Agnihotra and the Agnihotra ash is you have not to go anywhere, you have not to ask anybody. You only perform and can help yourself. We afterwards will see, Ashia, how you can manage it yourself, how to do the different folk medicines. But not only these, and not only the preparations, which I describe in my book as already showed before, but also to some special disease which you might have, you can adapt the preparation. Means when you have problems with the nose or with the lungs, you can inhale nicely when you put the Agnihotra ash in hot water and put a towel around the head, then you have a beautiful inhalation. Or when you have a problem on the skin, then you can make different ointments, like together with ghee, together with honey, together with yogurt. You always can adapt the needed preparation to the problem which you have already. So the mentioned medicines, which Ashia will show you and which also are described in my book, are only proposals which you can try, but you can also invent your own preparation, how you can use it for your own special problem. And therefore, it is a possibility which is free of charge. The Agnihotra itself, you just simply perform it yourself, and also the Agnihotra ash, you take your own ashes, or when you take ashes from friends, it is always free of charge. So it is no problem of any payment, and you receive help on highest level. So therefore, I welcome Ashia to show you now how you can perform with your own Agnihotra ash simple medicines at home, and can apply it always as needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. And now I'm going to switch to a screen share of Johanna Meyer's presentation.
Hi, my name is Joanna Maher. I live in Poland in Eco Village Brugorania and Homa Center. And today I would like to talk to you about Agnihotra ash as a remedy for healing and for health. So you already know how the process of Agnihotra looks like, and you know that a lot of healing energy comes during Agnihotra. And it's important to know that that energy also gets locked in the ash, and that's what we can use also after Agnihotra. So you probably also found out already that Agnihotra ash is used in many different ways, like in farming, gardening, is used in the water resources to cleanse the water, purify. It's used to neutralize radioactivity and pollution. And today I'll focus on that is also used for health. And I will present a few simple techniques that you can prepare very easily at home and help yourself with your health and help your family. This, as you see, ash after Agnihotra, it has to be completely cooled down. It has to be properly handled and prepared before we can turn it into medicine. So very important is to know that storing ash has to be done only in containers. Like here I have a big jar of ash in a glass jar. That's a very good way. You can use containers made out of copper, of course, but no other metals. Can be gold as well, they say, but copper is fine. And could be ceramic as well, could be wood, but then you have to make sure the ash is really cooled down. But I see people just most of the time use jars, and that's very practical. And when you handle ash, that's also important to use materials like, again, not a normal spoon that you have in your kitchen, metal spoon, but copper spoon is of course fine. And very useful can be ceramic spoon, like I have this Chinese spoon here, or wooden spoon. That's fine. Also, like here, I'll show you in a moment how to prepare ash powder. Here I'm using a plastic tool, which is okay when you're handling it just as a tool, when you're working with it, but storing in the plastic, like a plastic container, I wouldn't recommend it. It's maybe only if there is no other way, but plastic is not the healthiest thing, so we're trying to avoid it. If I would have a copper sieve, then I would use a copper sieve, but that's quite rare, I think. So before we can use this ash in any preparations, we have to turn it into very fine powder, because here we still have sometimes unburned pieces or pieces of rice that are kind of hard. So what we do, we just put it through the sieve. And like you see, it turns into very, very fine powder, very delicate. And this thing we can use safely. What's left behind on the sieve also can be used. For example, you can put it in your compost pile if you have a garden. You can still put it in a river that maybe is nearby you, and you help the river. So don't throw away anything. It's all useful. So let's say this is our ash. And what do we do with that? First of all, this as it is could be just used directly, so you can put it in a spoon and directly into your mouth. But often people have a bit trouble because it's very dusty, so it can go down your throat and you start coughing. So easier way is actually putting it in the water. So if we have a jug of water, I'm going to prepare Agnihotra ash water, that's what we call it. So per 1 liter of water, it's enough. About half a teaspoon to 1 teaspoon of ash is enough. It's completely sufficient. You see the ash will go down to the bottom after a while. And it's best to leave this kind of water with ash for at least 12 hours, so the energy can really settle in. And that is water that helps you to alkalinize your body, helps you to energize it, and also detox. So very gentle detox, not very strong. So this is very good thing to drink throughout the day. So I suggest, my practice is I fill up a jug like that in the evening, I put ash in it, leave it overnight, and throughout the day my whole family just uses the water to drink throughout the day. And what's very important to know, that because we live in a world which is all the time bombarded by some kind of pollution, is it air pollution, is it water pollution, or electromagnetic pollution, even radioactivity pollution. It's good to protect yourself from that by taking this ash 3 times a day. This is like, let's say, preventative dose. It can be very little amount, but this way you protect your body, you protect yourself. And if you have more acute syndromes, like let's say you have a high fever, you have maybe diarrhea or something that is it's quite intense, it's good to take ash more often, even every hour, until the problem symptom subsides. Yes, so that's the easiest thing, easiest way to take ash water. But there are other ones, like very, very useful to know is Agnihotra ash ointment. And for that you use ghee, which is a very good material, well known for its healing properties as well in Ayurveda. It has very good ability to carry all the healing substances deep into your tissues through the skin. So it's good to use, and ghee, which is well prepared. It means it was properly done, and all the water, all the proteins, all the milk is removed, and and most important, it's ghee made from the cow's milk. That's very important. Then you can this kind of ghee lasts for a very long time. It has to be stored out of light, but it doesn't have to be stored in the fridge, and nothing bad should happen to it. So it doesn't need any preservatives to keep well. So it's ideal really to make ointments. So there's simple method of doing ointment is more precise method is by using the scales. So in this method you use let's say 1 gram of ash to 9 grams of ghee, and this is more precise. But I know sometimes people don't have even scales, or you are in a situation where you are somewhere outside and you can't use it. So there is a different method that is using volume, which is maybe not so precise, but it's about the same. So I'll show you that very quickly. So in this method you use 1 part of ash by volume. So in this case I will use that spoon. So I fill it with ash, and let's make it flat so that will be more precise. And I'll put it in a bowl here, and then I use 2 parts of ghee. So let's do that. I'm trying to be as exact as possible, but that will be roughly similar. So that's 1. And the second one. Okay. And what's left is to just simply mix it. You have to remember as well that when the ghee is kept in a room in a very warm temperature, it will turn liquidy. In a way, it's later easier to mix with ash. And if you keep the ghee in a very cold place, it turns quite hard, and that makes it much harder to mix. It's possible, but it's a bit harder. So you might make sure you warm up your ghee a little bit to make it easier. This ointment looks quite black, but do not be deterred and afraid of that. I'll show you this is very easily absorbed by the skin. Like here, actually, I had a broken wrist many years ago, and sometimes it hurts. So I like to put it on this this part, and I just massage it in. I actually put quite a lot of it. So it looks black on the beginning, but as you see, it just gets absorbed very quickly and it just disappears. This kind of ointment can be used for any skin conditions like eczema, dry skin, scars, the types of wounds, and also if we have a problem inside, like here is my broken wrist, but also like you have a liver problem or heart problem or lung problem, then it's good to massage it in these areas because the ghee will carry the healing properties deeply into your tissues. So you can also ingest it. You can take it internally. It's completely safe, and it also helps you boost your immunity. It's good for your liver, for your kidneys, so for your heart. So you can do it. It's also very recommended when you have a problem with lungs or some kind of respiratory infection. Massaging it into your lungs here on the chest and also on your back is very helpful. And you can do it a few times a day until you feel better. So this is very, as you see, very simple, but can be very helpful, and anyone can do it really. So I really recommend it. I have a lot of different experiences with my family at home. So just to tell you an example is like my son had some eczema on his hands, and because I also make some herbal remedies that you can combine with ash, but I remembered that calendula is very good for skin problems. So I gave him some medicated ghee with calendula, which didn't have ash actually, and he used it. It helped a little bit, but didn't remove it completely. And then I, of course, thought I have to boost it a bit, so I put it ash, and really within one day the skin improved so much that basically it disappeared. So the power of Agnihotra ash is quite big. And there's many stories like that. Many you can read about that online. You can read in a book. There is a wonderful book written by Monika Koch, and in that book she's describing exactly all different kind of ash remedies that you can prepare at home. She explains Agnihotra and the whole process, and gives you a lot of ideas how else you can use Agnihotra ash. So I recommend it. I learned a lot of things from that book, and it's very useful. So thank you so much for listening, and I hope you will make a use of Agnihotra ash.
Thank you, Johanna. Very nice. Johanna resides at Eco Village, Brugorania, and she's a member of Homotherapy Foundation, Poland. She and her husband, Rory, manage the community vegetable gardens and specialize in growing medicinal herbs. They give workshops on natural remedies combining herbs and Agnihotra ash.
That was wonderful. I think we got so much insight on there. Some things that even I didn't know. Let's ask our resident panelist, Surgeon Anukul, if he has got any comments. And before we move on, Lisa. Anukul, so far, Eco Village, Monica, Lisa, Evan bringing psychotherapy, so much to learn and so much to explore with people. Your comments, please.
Absolutely. I think the more I hear about Agnihotra, the more amazed I get with how much effect it has. You don't even know exactly how it really works. But I was just thinking in terms of, first of all, I think I'm absolutely certain that sometime in the immediate future, I'll be visiting this place in Poland and even Dr. Ulrich and see how they're doing it, because it's a whole ecological system, the environment, the psychological bit, all this put together. But one thing I want to ask is, what is it that brought people to go for Agnihotra, say about 50 years ago, and why did they go into it? And it's a well-known system otherwise, but very much hidden in those books, but not widely practiced. So what exactly made them go into it, and why did they go for it?
Well, I can share some things about the beginning in the U.S. Sri Vasant Paranjape brought it to us, and he just met with small groups. He came one Sunday to a very informal group that used to meet on Sundays that discussed yoga, meditation, things like that. And so that was the group that I started with. It was just maybe a dozen or so people probably started from that. But when people started, and he met with church groups and I don't know, yoga groups, whatever, anyone who would listen, and it just kind of spread. When people experienced it, that was really the key. It was what people felt when they sat for it, because back then we had no brochures, we had no literature, there was no internet, the websites or anything like that. He just came, told us, taught us, and that was it. There was nothing available like now we can share information so easily. Another thing was, back in those early days, a number of the people who first became interested in Agnihotra were recovering from serious drug addiction. There was certainly a handful of those people as well. And that has been shown down through the years that Agnihotra is a wonderful tool for helping people get out of this terrible clutches of alcoholism and drug addiction.
I think it's really amazing the way it came. And so, Lisa, presumably you were still in America at that time, were you?
Yes.
And so, was it a temple that organized this, or was it a university, or was it a society that brought this event? Because at that time, we didn't have social media, smartphones, so word of mouth. We didn't even have emails 50 years back.
Well, that first meeting that I went to, it was just a network of friends. Like I said, it was a very informal meetings on Sundays, and someone who was connected to that group had met Sri Vasant, and when he had one of his first visits to the U.S., he was visiting some church groups too, who were interested. I mean, he was always talked about love thy neighbor as thyself and fill all the spheres with love, and that Agnihotra is a tool for this. So someone from that he met brought him to this group that I was attending on Sundays. But there was nothing by any organization or university or anything like that. It was just totally grassroots.
Amazing how we communicated at that time.
Another
Lisa,
question.
Ulrich,
For,
just
sorry.
1 second, Anukul. Let's welcome Lee Ringma. It's very early morning there in Australia. I think it's nearly about 2 o'clock in the morning. Thank you very much for being awake. Lisa, let's welcome, because you did her presentation in a moment back. And Anukul, you noticed, because it was to do with the blood sample as well. So you got two comments, one comment now and one comment for Lee Ringma, because Lisa included that in the presentation. Over to you, Anukul.
Yes, I want to ask was, here of course, in USA, it is, I think you may be relatively closer in your community. I'm talking in UK itself. If I were to introduce this therapy over here within the system and the concept of Agnihotra here within the community, what actions would you advise me to take? How would you allow me to how should I approach the community That's number one. And number two was Lee Ringma's, those presentations were just fantastic. But were there any, what do you call, any controls used in this particular thing? I thought there were one or two things which did show controls, but what are the controls to see that the therapy really did a difference with the water after it was used with the ash?
Lisa, are you answering first?
Okay, well, since he asked first the question about introducing it in UK, well, people actually go at this so many different ways. A lot of times we might start by contacting organizations that maybe, you know, alternative healing people or people interested in yoga, meditations, who might be somewhat, you know, like-minded, aware of things like prana and energy, and that might be one way. But really, any opportunity for people to experience it. The most powerful teacher for Agnihotra is when we can show it and people sit for it and they feel it. You know, there's so many times when I've taught Agnihotra and I might give it, you know, a discussion, a talk, but what really matters is what the people feel. They can forget what they hear, but they're going to remember what they felt.
So, thanks, Lisa. That was a beautiful and appropriate answer. Fantastic. About live blood analysis. So I'm not a scientist, but in the experiment with taking a glass of Agnihotra ash water 20 minutes after that blood tested, and you see the amazing results. That did not take place when the patient simply took a glass of water without Agnihotra ash. So that was the control. In relationship to Agnihotra, it's obvious. Without Agnihotra, the changes don't take place. With Agnihotra, the changes take place.
That's an amazing study. That was an amazing study. It really, it's shaken my foundation as to how something like this could make a major change the way the cells behave. Amazing. Thank you.
It truly is amazing, like in our family life, because we've been doing Agnihotra and bringing up 3 children over a period of, you know, we started 35 years ago. And the only medicine that we took was Agnihotra ash medicine. And the only medicine we gave our children was Agnihotra ash medicine, plus herbal medicine from the garden. But the garden was potentized with Agnihotra atmosphere and Agnihotra ash, which is shown to potentize the properties, the nutritional value of the food and the medicinal properties of herbs, for example. And that was it. My children never went on antibiotics. We never went on antibiotics. Agnihotra ash was the immediate remedy. And especially with pain, we found that pain often just disappeared almost immediately by rubbing ash and ghee over a painful area or taking the ash water. Even headaches disappearing, taking ash water. Not all the time, but a lot of the time, a very significant amount of time that it took place.
How long would you keep this ash preserved? I have quite a few of this. I've saved quite a bit of it. But if I'm to use it anytime future, can it be used anytime? Or should it be used soon after it has
It can
been
be
used?
used anytime. It doesn't lose its potency. It needs to be stored in a proper vessel, not in stainless steel, for example, and not in plastic. It needs to be stored either in copper or glass or ceramic, and with a lid.
Mhm.
And basically that ash will be potent forever.
Anakul, you asked a question about UK and how it can celebrate. So something that Ulrich knows, so there is a big festival taking place this year in United Kingdom, which will be the biggest of the big of the Agnihotra. It will be called Soma Yagna, which will be here. Ulrich already knows. I'm going to feed him more information later when things are more finalized and people can even get an opportunity to do the Havan and the thing. So this is taking place in United Kingdom. It will be the first time over here and will be the biggest for the Europe. So it will be wonderful. And yes, it's a very good idea to bring the entourage from Germany, Poland, USA, in UK to do. As you know, UK was one of the first countries to practice, whether it's Diwali or Navratri or Agnihotra or Havan. Swami Ramdev practiced it over here as well. So it's so wonderful that we are united with a group of people here from a different continent as well. Lee, thank you very much for still being awake over there, and stay around because we've got time to chit chat. We still got a few minutes before we go to our, so Lisa, Ulrich, whatever you want to discuss before we go to our next couple guests, I think, if you can just ping them. And that is Abel and Aleta, I think.
Yeah, I want to say something.
Please go ahead. It's all yours.
Dr. Anukul, you asked about control. And as Lee said, yes, they did one test with just water, one test with Agnihotra water. But you are a doctor of medicine. We will be happy to send you some proper Agnihotra ash because we have some rules to do it strictly, exactly. And you could do these tests yourself. Very easy. Just take Agnihotra, take water, pure water, put Agnihotra ash, let it sit there overnight. That is best. And then you can sieve it, doesn't matter. The particles are not necessary. And then you give it some patients to drink, or you can even drink yourself and make the blood analysis before and after. Very simple thing.
Thank you. I think that blood analysis, it is just under the, what you call, just on a slide, or is it on a flow meter?
It's on the slide, but the dark field microscope. You need a dark field microscope.
That's right.
Kailash, you got your hand up. If you could unmute and ask your question and landscape your video, please.
Yeah, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you so much. This knowledge is absolutely empowering. I've been suffering with lots of, in the past few years with a blood condition, and basically what you just said to me has empowered me, which I really want to use this now because I've been on so many antibiotics and things, so many side effects, and somebody who's from a non kind of obviously Hindu background, bringing this knowledge to us, it means so much. And I really want to really start practice. So one question I wanted to ask is, this ash, is it through like you have to do a yagna with certain mantras? How do I collect this ash? If you can just please enlighten me on that.
We will have a presentation on the exact method a little later.
Yeah.
Lisa and Tom will give a presentation after some time, and there it is explained exactly, because it's not any Homa ash. There are many Homas, and about these effects we do not know. Our whatever we say is about this one exact Agnihotra done at sunrise, sunset, copper pyramid of fixed size and shape, only cow dung, cow's ghee, some rice, 2 mantras, nothing else. So that has to be exact. This is why, but just wait a little bit. After, I think, 1 hour or so, we will have this presentation, and then Lisa and Tom will explain exactly how it is done, okay?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Amrita, you've been watching at the back. Isn't it wonderful that we went to Eco Village, which is a beautiful place for those who want to know about it. It's there on the internet. There are picture gallery as well. It's so beautiful. I think they're also planning to expand the Eco Village as well, which looks very beautiful, and we'll bring it up on the screen again. And Kailash already is happy that she feels that she can use the Agnihotra differently. Anukul has learned a bit different. Your comments, Amrita?
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you, everyone. Actually, it is really very exciting for me as well. And brings a lot of things that I can connect with my own stream and profession. So, where we talk about, I come from the field of Ayurveda. And from the field of Ayurveda, there had been a lot of uh, textual narrative references where Homa is one of the treatment modalities for many diseases. And this homotherapy, how do we do it? In what way it is performed? The role of mantras with the Agni, as well as the use of different kind of woods and the trees that have been recommended, apart from just the dung or the cow ghee, and how to work on the sustainable things, has got a complete domain of where we can explore so many things. And I rather feel very happy that Dr. Ulrich has already taken it to such a vast potential where so much of research is going on and people are now getting aware about all these things, because this kind of treatment modalities are not just personalized treatment modalities. This is, first of all, a non-pharmacological thing which is not with any side effects. Secondly, it is ecologically very stable. So, on the basis of sustainability, environment sustenance, mental ground sustenance, physical treatment, as well as spiritual enhancement, these kind of treatments are specially categorized under Deva Vyapashra Chikitsa, which means that a treatment that is done with the help of blessings and seeking some blessings from the superior power, which increases the sattva, which is a part of that increases the purity of mind. And purity of mind is very much related with the cognition and the cognitive skill enhancement, in which mindfulness, your clarity, your purity, is a very big ground to increase the oja and the prana of an individual. And this is how the treatment were lined up at that time by the people who were working in these naturopathies and therapies worldwide. And I think this kind of homotherapies is not just from an Indian ground. It existed in so many culture, and it's still existing in so many tribal places where people practice these things in social way, in cultural way, as well as in personal way. That's my comment. Thank you.
So,
Yes, Dr. Anukul.
I have a very interesting point to put on, secondary to what Dr. Amrita just said. There are a few terms over here, I'll just use them. One, something called routine. We just tend to get up and do certain things routinely. They're just a part of the sequence of events that we through. Like we get up in the morning, brush our teeth, or take a shower. These are part of routine work. But the next part is what we call as a habit. We just do things unknowingly just because it's a part of our life. We just do the things by habit. But one of the third things is called ritual. That is spirit plus a ritualistic part, in which you tend to focus your attention on whatever you're doing. That focused activity is something which is certainly connected to Agnihotra. Now, when it comes to Agnihotra, as opposed to what you call the Agni as a way of doing things like using different wood, Agnihotra is so specific to a specific time of the day, in the morning and in the evening. It raises quite a few interesting points about how you're focusing your energy at a given time of the day. So it is something worth looking into in much bigger detail, which I was not aware of until I came in contact with Dr. Ulrich's paper. And just to let Dr. Kailash Parekh know that when we'll be meeting sometime very soon, we'll be discussing this very issue and how to implement this within our area itself. It's a part of my activity that I want to expand on, because I do it myself and I can give her the ash from here itself.
Wonderful. That's very nice, Dr. Anukul. And I would like to add on this. So the dinacharya and the daily routines are not just the part of making up your routines and the habits, but making these kind ritualistic, which has also a very key role in neuroplasticity. Neuroplasticity
Yes.
is a stage where new
Yep.
neurons are built up in the brain. And apart from that, Dr. Anukul, have you noticed all the people who have joined us for Agnihotra, they have a glow on their face. Did you notice that? And all of them are so senior citizens in their country, but I don't find them to be senior citizens virtually. And I find their glow is much more better than the youngsters of today's generation. And that's the fact. And now see, this is what is one of the essence, and which is called as the prabha. the Tej.
Yes.
The Tej means the illuminance. The illuminance that you see that comes naturally due to a sustainable lifestyle and due to a practices that people just follow in a particular way. And that doesn't need any proof or evidence.
Yes, exactly.
You see this thing. So that gives one of those prior evidences of a particular ritual or a particular routine that has been followed as a part of their daily life.
Amrita, exactly as you mentioned, look at Lisa. She has been practicing for over 50 years. Evan, Lisa doesn't even look 50 years now, so she must have started at the birth,
I'm
And maybe,
70.
sorry?
I'm 70.
So you're 50 plus VAT. Because for 70, you'll have to produce your passport to convince us. So you've done very well, Lisa, on that. And it's just amazing that from so many years, of course, Agnihotra and Hagni and Havan used to be practiced even when the Indian god Ram Bhagwan, so we're talking about 10,000 years back. So Havan is a part of every Hindu ceremonial celebrations and festivities. But you see, because us being Indians and it was naturally there, we never went to study in depth or never practiced every day. So this meditative practice of Agnihotra, it actually calms your mind and changes the energy. Evan actually mentioned that the energy change, which is very useful in here. So an absolute point that when you follow some kind of either rituals or ceremonies, it brings the mind in a meditative state, which brings it beautiful. In today's day and age, mind needs to be calmed down so much. So that's really wonderful. So Ulrich, Lisa, we are waiting for Peru couple to come, or is it the presentation you are doing? Ulrich?
So
That is, that is
Yeah,
Lisa.
Lee, yes.
Lisa will show that. No, Lee will show that.
Brilliant. Maybe we
Yes.
can kick that in right now. And again, we'll break into chit chat whenever we get few moments. Let's keep on going and bring these beautiful vibes of Agnihotra. Lisa, over to you.
So, my name is Lee Ringmar of Homotherapy Association of Australia, and I'll be interviewing Abel Hernandez and Aleta Macan, our homotherapy colleagues in South America. This is actually recorded because they couldn't come on at this time, and plus I thought I couldn't either, but here I am. So it's recorded. I'll have to go into screen share. Now, Abel and Aleta will be sharing their amazing experience about introducing homotherapy to a drug de-addiction live-in clinic in Colombia. So I'll go into screen share now and
That would be
show you this
beautiful.
video.
Yes, please go ahead. And of course, I think they're both residing into Peru, which is good. So we've got South America people with us as well. So we've covered every continent except Africa on this episode. Go ahead, please keep on sharing. I'm just talking. Yes, beautiful.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lee Ringmar.
Hello, Lee.
And beside me is Abel Hernandez and Aleta Macan. And Abel and Aleta are homotherapy teachers in South America. They also teach abroad, and they're absolutely prolific in spreading Agnihotra and homotherapy through South America. I would say they've just about created a revolution there, with so many people performing Agnihotra and homotherapy for their well-being. And in particular, this tonight's subject is healing the mind. And Abel and Aleta have an amazing experience of helping heavy-duty drug addicts in a drug de-addiction rehabilitation center in Colombia called Phoenix. This program went on for 2 months with tremendous results. In fact, the the people who ran the center, they said it would take at least a year to see minimal results, minimal changes. But in 2 months with homotherapy, massive changes took place in so many participants and including family members. Okay, so the subject is healing the mind with Homa lifestyle. And then we're going to show the extreme situations, how even drug de-addiction can be healed. So what is Homa lifestyle? So Homa lifestyle is performing Agnihotra twice daily, at least 1 hour Om Triambakam Homa daily, if possible. Taking Agnihotra ash medicine throughout the day. Working in nature is important for grounding the high energies of Homa. And optional, there's 15-minute Homas at intervals throughout the day. So I believe all of these things were in the program. So how does Homa heal? Well, environmentally, Agnihotra sunrise and sunset creates a healthy atmosphere, and that healthy atmosphere impacts our minds in a healthy way. And for personal well-being, Agnihotra really facilitates meditation, clarity, equanimity, and healing, transformation. Environmentally, when we add Om Triambakam Homa, this Homa fortifies the atmosphere created by Agnihotra, which is full of life force. It creates more peace, more vitality. And for personal well-being, many people perform Om Triambakam Homa as a great aid in transforming the issues, in purifying the mind. Everybody needs to perform Agnihotra. This is basically enough. But if things are more problematic, or the environment is in a difficult situation, or your life is stressful, adding Om Triambakam Homa is a great help. And then consuming Agnihotra ash medicine throughout the day helps detoxify and balance the body. It even influences the mind to be more balanced. And then working in nature helps with grounding and integration of the high energies. And if possible, regular Homas through the day, it helps to be more balanced and more attuned, more centered. So a powerful demonstration of healing the mind is in drug de-addiction. How did the Phoenix Rehabilitation Center come to allow you both to conduct the Homa drug de-addiction program there?
Well, we must say, since we travel continuously, in one of the trips that we have in Colombia, 2 families came to us and inquire about the benefits, the possible benefits of homotherapy in drug addiction cases. And we say, it is possible, we have that can be done. And they say they have relatives who have been into drugs, and they have been going in and out of rehabilitation centers. And it seems like it's a quite challenging problem. So they say, we would like to try out homotherapy, but they're very difficult cases. We will do anything that you require. So we say the best will be to have these people residing with us, staying with us, because at the beginning it is very important to have a keep close supervision of the process. So they arranged they found a rehabilitation center. They have psychologists, they have all the experience of years and so on. But as we said before, normally they manage to recover, so-called recover, while they're inside. Once they come out, 99, well, or maybe 96, 97% of the people fall back into this drug addiction. So it's no one time. There was a person, that will have been 22 times in and out of rehabilitation centers. So you can see how difficult that is.
When you first went there, I remember you telling me the story about performing Agnihotra with all the participants. Please tell us what happened in that situation.
We went to talk to them and have a practice with the Agnihotra. When we arrived there, we saw most of them in a room, all disturbed, and the managers, the director of the place says, no, I'm sorry, we cannot do it because these people have 2 days without sleep. And we tell the people, well, there is nothing to lose, we'll do Agnihotra. There was such a change in the expression on the face of the people because they were like in panic and anger and all these mixed emotions, negative emotions. And all of a sudden it was blissful. It was just another atmosphere. That was the very first experience. So that was definitely, they wanted to know more about how that happened because that brought peace to them.
That's incredible, Abel. So just one Agnihotra and you saw this tremendous change in people and they felt it. And so I guess this gave them the motivation to cooperate with the program you were about to share with them.
That's correct. That's what happened.
Could you just quickly reiterate what the daily program involved?
Homotherapy is the base and it's everything, really. Everything is based on the fires, on taking Agnihotra ash several times a day. These people got every water they drank was mixed with Agnihotra ash. Put even Agnihotra ash in the water where they took showers and everything. So it was completely cooking. Everything was with Agnihotra ash. Agnihotra, like you mentioned, 2 times a day, morning and evening, and always showered with clean clothes. The Riambakam was performed by each of the participants at least 30 minutes. Yeah, so we got to several hours a day. And they were not alone doing Riambakam. They were always accompanied by a Homa volunteer. There was daily yoga program, which was very important for the structure of the physical strength, because many have physical problems. And for the calming down the mind was pranaya. Day by day there were changes. From 3 to 5 usually, 3 o'clock meditation and Vyarita Homa. And then for 2 hours the mind trainings program with Abel. Artistic expressions was very important. It was also an important bit of art. It was at least 1 hour in the afternoon where we did drawings, we did mandalas, we did murals with flowers, with everything we could find in the area. And you could see how with the days passing by, how the people got open. They really formed like families. They're so expressive, so creative. They're very loving to each other. In the beginning, it was not like this, but very, very quickly, the whole atmosphere changed. It just changed. There was so much love in the air. And there was also the hug therapist that was after the evening with Agnihotra, man with man, woman with woman. That was also very important because many of them feel completely excluded. They don't feel even sometimes like human beings. So that was very important also. The other thing was also very important was the work, the physical work, because it does also expel toxins, from the body when the people sweat and do things. And we created a garden from nothing. There was just a meadow. And it had to be taken out. It was a beautiful mandala garden.
The gardening work, I assume you included homotherapy principles like putting Agnihotra ash in the soil and preparing the seeds with Agnihotra ash water.
Yeah, it was also very joyful and very funny because how they got the cow's urine, the fresh cow dung, that was part of the work also to make, because we needed a lot of cow dung cookies for the constant fires.
When you mentioned cow urine, that the cow urine is utilized in soaking the seeds. So the seeds are soaked in cow urine with a bit of Agnihotra ash as well. And this fortifies the seeds, reduces the possibility of any fungal disease transferring from the seed into the soil and into the plant. So it strengthens the plants. And then, of course, you're talking about the cow dung, and the cow dung has to be patted out and dried for the humus. So they were also involved in that. Wrapping the large seeds for planting in cow dung balls, that's also part of home organic farming.
One thing that really stuck in my mind was a young man who had a family. He said he bought some food for his children and for his family. He gave it to his children, the fruits. He was very happy that he could give it to them. That was before. And then suddenly Stroll syndrome became so strong that he practically took the fruits out of the children's hands. He packed it up again and he went to sell it on the street, So strong is this addiction, The children cried and that has changed completely. I mean, homotherapy is such a game changer. It really does lift the vibrations, and the highest vibration is love, and we could just experience that. So it was so beautiful to be with them.
It sounds like an incredible comprehensive program. Everything was covered, and it's very clear that the atmosphere changed. How quickly would you say that the atmosphere changed?
We saw it shifts every day, all the time. There's gradual changes, but the changes were there all the time. Remember, most of these people, they can feel some relief and they fall back. However, we could see that in the atmosphere, in the home atmosphere, this anxiety that goes with this withdrawal of the drugs started to decrease. The frequency of this anxiety decreases to a point, and when it was very hard, they already knew what to do. Triambakam, Shanti Triambakam, Agnihotra, ash with water comes down.
So what you're saying is that when people did have issues come up, when they were feeling anxious or cravings or going through withdrawals or just freaking out a bit inside, immediately they knew to turn to Om Trambakam Homa. So they would start performing Om Trambakam Homa and taking the ash medicine.
Everybody's constitution, physical and mind constitution, is different. So in some people, the effect with one Agnihotra can have an effect for several months. Just one Agnihotra. Some other people, it might much more. You create a discipline, and the discipline, as it is performed, the effect is more visible. First, we saw that the expression in the face changes. Changes the expression, and then the way it moves, the person, and then the way it talks. Gradually, is a modification, is a transformation, is an alchemy.
I would like to go back into share screen because I have a testimonial from one of the participants, which will highlight what you and Aleta have been talking about. So this is Carlos Andres, and he was 28, and he'd been involved in homotherapy for 22 days. He had been on cocaine every day for 13 years, and he started cocaine when he was 15. But he's saying with homotherapy, he feels at ease, he feels lighter. The addiction that is normally like a terrible weight in his life, that's even killing him, that's falling away. And with homotherapy, he feels extremely calm, and his anxiety is gone, and he doesn't feel the need to consume drugs. So this is only after 22 days, which is extraordinary. And then Carlos continues. So this is what he did. He participates in all the homas through the day. Agnihotra, Viruti Homa at 10 o'clock, Viruti Homa with Gayatri at 12 noon, Agnihotra sunset, Triambakam Homa at 9 o'clock at night, and 30 minutes of personal Om Trambakam Homa. And he says we keep ourselves busy with other activities which are later outlined. And he had difficulty sleeping normally. He would only sleep normally for 2 to 3 hours and he'd wake up depressed. But now, after 22 days of homotherapy, he has a very peaceful sleep until he gets up for sunrise Agnihotra. And he also takes a half a teaspoon of Agnihotra ash after each homa, so that's 6 times a day. That's important for detoxifying the body. And he also said that taking the ash medicine helped his mind. It helped him to clear the anxiety and the obsessive thoughts of the drug. And he says, look, I feel so good about myself that I think I can go out into the world and not fall again back into drug addiction. And he says that he's so happy that he can do Agnihotra with his own kit and Om Trambakam Homa. And sometimes till late at night, he performs Om Trambakam Homa just because he wants to, because it helps him, and with great enthusiasm.
Yeah, I would just like to say that sometimes, these are very beautiful souls, very, very creative souls, very sensitive people, some of them. And you can see how the society can really block the people out, really put them in schemes, put them in drawers where they cannot escape, And that is also a dilemma, because what we need in this world is more humanity. It is really more respect of others, how they are, what they can express. And the highest thing is just love, It is love, and many times they have not received that from nobody. But once they get that, and it's in the air, and it's palpable, and so these people change completely. They are really, they can communicate, they can express, they can work together. It is just a real life, a life like you think it, like it should be, But only with this aspect that the atmosphere is different and supplies all this. And of course, they received love from everybody. Every problem was.
We must say the following. See, when it comes to love, everybody knows that mother's love is unique. The love of the mother is unique. However, some of these people, some of these patients came to us. I have been in such a situation, I have been doing so many things that not even my mother wants to know about me. Yeah. So it can get to a point that the person will do anything, even hurt the mother, hurt anybody, do anything out of craziness. And the idea of having or supporting somebody like that is out of, they have to be expelled out and throw out and something like that, because they can't. So this idea of love is there, but when it happens spontaneously with this process, bioenergetic process, that it awakens the love within. We always hear this: love the neighbor as you love thyself. If you don't love the self, you don't love anybody.
Yes.
Okay, you can talk about love and God and all that. So this process, this indirectly, it can touch the mind and the heart, and it can awaken this love, and the love that you start feeling toward the self, start expressing toward others. Anyway, this is just some perspectives.
I would like to reiterate, it's so very true what you are both saying. So our Agnihotra teacher, Sri Vasant, he would also always say, heal the atmosphere with Agnihotra and homotherapy. Heal the atmosphere and the atmosphere will heal us. So this is what's being offered to the world. The atmosphere is in an extremely polluted and distorted and disturbed condition now on our planet. And that impacts all of us, and especially the mind. So if we transform the atmosphere with Agnihotra and Om Trambakam Homa, then we have this atmosphere that automatically is conducive to happiness, to a centered mind. And once the mind is centered, the heart is more available to just be what it is, which is love. So here we have a method, homotherapy, mainly Agnihotra, sunrise, sunset, that transforms the atmosphere, which in turn transforms consciousness. But not only that, it transforms the environment. So it's helpful for growing healthy food because the environment fills with life force. So it's dealing with the inner transformation, the mind, and the outer transformation, which is our physical planet, which needs so much help. And as you can see with drug addiction, if these people can go through such transformation in just 20 days, and if they can then have the fortitude and the strength and the willpower to continue Agnihotra and Ontrambakam in their homes, in their life afterwards, then they continue with this, remaining in this healthy state, and they contribute to that for their family members and their communities. And then when all these homobiospheres join up around the world, we have a healthy planet. All right, we have to wrap up now, but I want to express my tremendous gratitude to you both. And
to you, you're a beautiful interviewer.
Thank you so much. Well, God bless you, and let's keep the fires burning.
Wonderful. We can make comments and chit chat before we go to Suvendi. So nice of Lee to get that interview done and be here at this very early, for her, a very early hours. Anukul, your comment first.
I have a few questions for Lee. One is, what is Gayatri Homa? Is it just putting the whole Gayatri recitation while you're doing the Homa? And what is Om Triambakam? Do you chant the whole Om Triambakam Ajamahe, the entire Shiv Srotam, along with the Homa? Is that correct?
First of all, I want to stress that it's Agnihotra, sunrise and sunset that is the most important in this situation. In fact, for most people, that's all that is required. We mentioned all the other homas because it's a heavy-duty drug de-addiction program and more needed to be added. But the reason that that Agnihotra, sunrise and sunset is so important is because it's a bioenergetic process. It's not just a discipline of being there at sunrise and sunset. When you are there at sunrise and sunset and perform it in this Vedic scientific fashion, then a great flood of life-sustaining energies comes in, which is what sunrise is. And this goes about filling the environment with life force and all the electromagnetic spectrum and beyond, everything that's required for keeping nature healthy and abundant. And it basically transforms the atmosphere, which in turn transforms the mind. But it's only Agnihotra at sunrise, this incredible, amazing bioenergetic moment called sunrise, where this transformation can happen so instantly and on such an enormous scale. So that's the most important thing. So we want to stress that. About the other homers, we can discuss that privately, or you could ask Ulrich.
There's another point is for these particular programs, did you go to the mental health institutions to do it there, or you call them in some part of the community to do it?
So in this particular program that Abel and Aleta ran, they ran it in an already established drug rehabilitation center, and the psychologists were there, the psychiatrists were there were assistants there who could help when people freaked out. Sometimes they'd freak out so badly you'd have to hold them down until they calm down. You have to know all those sorts of things. So you wouldn't run this program without having a crew of professionals with you.
And how were anybody able to take support of the psychologists and the psychiatrists or the whole unit? Did you make prior presentation? Were they aware of it? How did they accept this particular thing as a modality to be tried out on the patients?
Well, as Abel explained initially, two families came to Abel and Aleta and said, look, we have family members who are heavy-duty drug addicts and they've been in and out of rehabilitation centers. We've heard that homotherapy can help. If we find an already existing drug rehabilitation center who would agree to allow you to conduct this program alongside them, would you go ahead and do it? And they said, Abel and Aleta said, yes, of course. So the family did find this center, and then they went to them and they presented the program to them and they performed Agnihotra. And that was a clinch moment when they performed, because everybody was they hadn't slept for 2 days because a lot of disruption had been taking place. Some people had been freaking out. And for 2 days, staff and patients, nobody had slept. They were all in fearful states. And they weren't actually going to allow Agnihotra to take place because they were inviting a priest to come and do some blessings to try and help everybody, because in South America it's Catholic, right? The priest didn't turn up. So that's when Abel said, let's do Agnihotra. What have we got to lose? So they performed Agnihotra, and instantly everybody calmed down. Everybody became peaceful. And of course, this was the perfect introduction and the perfect motivation for the staff, the directors, etc., to accept that HOMA program.
Also, in my own experience, South America has been a very open place for introducing Agnihotra. That the medical establishment there has been far more open than like here in the US and other countries. There is a place, I believe it's called Tiriasu Clinic. It's a 5-story hospital. And in the courtyard, Agnihotra has been performed there for years. And the patients, and this is something, Abel and Aleta this is one of their projects, of introducing it there. And so the patients would come and their symptoms were reduced. It helped their recovery. So it's just a different situation in the society. I actually joined Abel and Aleta some years ago and was assisting for a little while in teaching. Well, we had a parenting program, so I was kind of introducing that. But certainly the openness in the society there is very different than in some countries.
I must say that I have a specific interest in this particular field. Not only because as a surgeon, of course, I come across many patients who have these kind of issues. But the place where I live, I won't tell the name of the place directly, but the incidence of alcoholism and mental disorders as well as drug addiction is much higher than the rest of the UK. And some of the things I recently found in the last few months while I was exploring the various data. And it's something worth exploring where I can go out to a place like Colombia or Poland and see how these things have brought about changes and how we can influence the local authorities to implement this. And maybe I will take help of Dr. Kailash Parekh. Then we can approach various people and see how we can get the right type of place where we can do this gardening and things like that, get them involved in much more proactive activities, and of course, start initiate Agnihotras and all. We'll have to see how it works out. It's worth seeing. Thank you very much for wonderful presentations.
And Lisa, because you had a testimony there, and I'm sure there are more testimonies there, if you could collate them, and let's try to create, if we can find a hybrid way of putting testimony and a mild scientific way of proving that Agnihotra actually helps these facets, because that is what is required. Then more authorities, societies can be convinced and say this is for a benefit of the society to create a better community. So do keep in touch with the team, Lisa, because it's and Lee. Lee. Please do keep in touch, and if you are awake at this hour, that means Agnihotra works for you as well, and you are keeping fit and smiling like Lisa and Ulrich, where it's coming in the evening time. So it's so beautiful. So let's move on. Ulrich, shall we?
Now we're a little longer than I had expected. The people in Pugarania, how much time left till evening Agnihotra? Because we wanted to show evening Agnihotra over there. It is within maybe 8 or 10 minutes.
Sure.
Anybody there? Because we have to have
I
the
can see
song.
Karina here.
Yes, hello. I was expecting Ulrich's talk, and sorry, before the song. So, can you hear me?
Yeah. Speak a little louder, then it's better.
Okay, I was expecting your talk before the song, so I can change things around and do the song now.
Is it still time for your song before Agnihotra? That would be wonderful.
It's 11 minutes now.
Yeah. Then go ahead and do the song. Others can prepare with the fire.
Okay. Go ahead and what? Do the song now.
There's nobody here.
Well, it's you and me.
So it's wonderful. And Ulrich, maybe after a song, you can quickly brush up with what you want to do. When the fire is ready, let's show it live. So it's a good idea. Energies are exchanging nicely over here. And while Suvendi is preparing for the song, Ulrich, what was your topic that you were going to talk about?
I will now talk about some experiments showing the effect of Agnihotra on our mind, on brain waves, and on stress and anxiety.
And do you think it's more meditational? Does it bring mind calmness, and it brings the mind into a state of stability?
Definitely so, yes.
Very important in this day and age time with mental stress. Well, Karina is ready with her guitar, and let's go for a nice sing song. And then, Rich, we do want to listen about the effects. And if the fire is ready, we'll go there and we come back to you. It's all one family. We can adjust the time how we like. It's perfect. So, Indy, if you are ready, we are ready for you. Adjust your Zoom so it can pick up the guitar as well. So Ulrich, have you practiced with people subsequently to see if the minds have come down? Do you do test before and after, or blood pressures or anything?
Yeah. My blood pressure, Lisa has shared one slide, but okay,
Yes.
now Karina is ready. Let's listen to her. Can you put her on spotlight so that
Yeah.
it's...
Let's go ahead and do that.
Okay. 8 minutes. 8 minutes until Agnihotra.
Yeah, go ahead. Enough time.
Okay. I just put it on live music. Okay. So this song was written by Parvati. She wrote the words and I wrote the music. Can you hear that? Can you hear it okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right.
just about us. It's not just about us. It's about ours. It's not about our fancy cars and movie stars, our wants, our needs, or our desires. It's about our planet's fate, our Mother Earth in dire straits. Rise up in prayer, rise up in prayer. Healing circles everywhere. We need to come together now as one. We need to come together now as one. We need to come together now as one. It's up to us. It's up to us to take a hand, to take a stand. It's not about our fancy cars and movie stars, our wants, our dreams, or our desires. Rise, rise up in, rise up in prayer, rise up in prayer. Healing circles everywhere. We need to come together now as one. We need to come together now as one. We need to come together now as one. Rise up in prayer, rise up in prayer. Healing circles everywhere. We need to come together now as one. We need to come together now as one. We need to come together now as one.
Beautiful.
Sorry, it was a bit interrupted, but sorry about that. I'm just on the spot. Now we have 4 minutes and 52 seconds until Agnihotra in Brugorania in Poland. And here we have Parvati setting up for Agnihotra and Rory.
Okay. Can you set the camera so that we see both fires?
Yeah, I can. It's in 4 minutes and 27 seconds, so I don't think, I think maybe we can just show a little bit of the process.
I'm just removing the broken grains of rice because we only use whole grains. Broken grains have a different energetic value.
And you can see we're using Polish cow dung made here at Brugorania. And
from our Homa cows, born and raised in home atmosphere.
and
nothing's better.
Parvati's putting ghee on the cow dung. And
Karina, can you increase your microphone output so we can hear you more clearly?
Okay.
If you go to your sound setting and just put your microphone maximum, please.
Maximum, okay.
Yes, so we can hear you, and or try to bring the instrument nearer, all of you.
Okay.
Both the things, please. Carry on.
I don't see any volume. Let me see if I can do. Audio. Okay, audio settings. Microphone. Okay. Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Okay.
And you've got the effects on, so switch the effects off, otherwise we'll get the echo while you're playing the guitar and singing.
Yeah.
You had
Okay, so I have to change. I have to change the audio settings to noise.
just switch
Okay.
off the effects, otherwise we'll get the feedback.
Okay. Now now it should be normal.
Loud and clear, much better. Go ahead.
Okay. So. Okay, so now it is 2 minutes and 15 seconds until Agnihotra. So Rory started to light the fire and Parvati as well. Can you see both fires in? Can you see both fires now? Yeah. Okay. So we've got a countdown now that we can see with oh, I can't really see. Okay. We have the Agnihotra Buddy app, which Ulrich can tell you about. And we've got 1 minute, 37 seconds.
Are you in a cabin or is this a log cabin? Where are you?
We're upstairs in the main foundation house where we teach Agnihotra.
It's a log house.
Wow, beautiful. So you also get some heat as well.
Yeah. So
at the exact time, we'll start singing the evening Agnihotra mantra, which is quite short. And then after that, we just stay a moment of silence while the fire burns, while the flames burn.
Beautiful. Just 1 minute left now, is that right?
yes, yeah.
Normally we sit for 15, 20 minutes or however long,
Brilliant.
but for this purpose.
I think after 5 minutes, we continue with the program.
Sure.
And I'm praying for peace in the world. One fire at a time.
You do the countdown, Rory, because
Okay. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
idam namama prajapataye swaha prajapataye idam namama. That's our evening Agnihotra in Poland, and we thank you for joining us. Usually we meditate for, try to meditate for 10-15 minutes, but I'm sure that there's some more program to go on with. So, oh yeah, we also do Agnihotra here at the Eco Village in a shala in the garden, and also a temple, which is in the orchard, and all of our individual houses. So,
and we also have the healing temple, Agnihotra healing temple.
It's wonderful. We witnessed a live Agnihotra session over there. So, Ulrich, let's do something before we move to Barry and Henry. We still got some time. If over the next 7-8 minutes, could you just tell us about the benefits you were discussing, which is so beautiful, because it will help people. And I think it was the results that you had collected on the brain waves and the chakras. Is that right?
Yeah. I mean, I prepared a presentation for that. I can do that now.
Yes, please go ahead. Do that. And then it's okay. We'll extend the time for Barry and Henry. So please go ahead, because these are very important matters. Go ahead, please. Thank you.
hi.
Thank you, Karina.
Wendy, all of you. It's so wonderful. We loved it.
Thank you, Karina. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, so now we're going to go for the Ulrich's presentation, where he has got a presentation for the brain waves and the chakras, which will help. Are you okay, Ulrich? You're ready to share?
Yeah.
If you go to the bottom taskbar with the green button.
No, that is not a problem. The problem is that I had my presentation.
So no problem, Ulrich. Find it. We can go to Henry and Barry, and we do after that, whichever way suits you. Shall we take Barry and Henry and do it after their session?
No.
Oh, we got it. Yes.
Ready to go. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay. So it's the effects of Agnihotra on human mind. And the question is, how can Agnihotra and Homa therapy help? And in the Vedas, it said that Homa or Yajna is the process of purification of the atmosphere through the agency of fire tuned to the specific rhythm of nature. And Agnihotra is the basic healing yajna. We know there are many others also, and that is something which is forgotten nowadays often. People do all kinds of homas, but they forget that the basic thing is always Agnihotra, sunrise, sunset. And then you can do other things which would complement that, but first is always Agnihotra. And what is the modus operandi? How does it work? With Homa therapy, we purify our atmosphere, the environment, and it's stated that by inducing a change in the atmosphere, you bring about a change in functioning of prana, the life energy, and this has very beneficial effects on our mind, as prana and mind are like two sides of the same coin. They're immediately connected. So if you have an effect on prana, immediately there's an effect on mind, and vice versa. So normally we want to be full of love all the time, but it's not so easy to say, okay, I will want to be full of love. Influencing the mind with the mind is very difficult. It is like having a thief to control thieves. That's not going to work easily. But you can, by influencing the atmosphere, have an effect on the prana, and then immediately is the mind affected. And how to influence the atmosphere? That is with the help of Agnihotra. So Agnihotra purifies the atmosphere, then the flow of prana is harmoniously, and immediately the mind is affected. And we can show that. That was one thing, Kirlian photography, that is developed, I think, 1980 approximately by some Russian scientists, the Kirlians, husband and wife. And you see here, left side, They just put a finger on a plate which is electrically charged, and you see at the left side there are some missing parts. There is no energy lines going there. And after Agnihotra, just 3 minutes after Agnihotra, right side, you see a big difference. And even more clear it is here. That is a person with depression. And you see black holes in their energy field. And after Agnihotra, they are nearly closed. Just one Agnihotra has such a big difference. That was a study done in Moscow, in Russia. Anxiety and depression were with a questionnaire were taken, and you see the red bars are anxiety before, and the white are anxiety after. And you see red to white, there's a big difference, a big reduction in anxiety. And depression, the black bars are depression before, and the green bars are depression after. You see a big difference again. That was done with a questionnaire. A study in Santiago, Chile, was even more interesting. That was done at a medical university, and these people, students of medicine, before a very difficult test exam, they were quite stressed. They measured the stress level of 100 students. All of them were at the higher end. And then they took 30 of these students, which had the highest stress levels. They made 2 groups, one with Agnihotra, one for control. And then they invited these students, both groups, for a Tai Chi lesson. But they did not tell the students that in one of the group, Agnihotra was done in the next room. The students did not know. They just came for Tai Chi. And yes, Tai Chi helped. So you see here, before the Tai Chi, the stress level was 100% high stress with all the students. And after Tai Chi, only it went down to 41%. But after Tai Chi plus Agnihotra, it went down to 8.4%. That is, these students where Agnihotra was performed in next room, had such a lower stress level. And then I told to the scientists, you should actually have a test where these students not only have Agnihotra in next room, but where they experience Agnihotra, and even better when they perform Agnihotra themselves. It is possible. I talked to some psychology professor who is expert in designing such studies, because you have to somehow exclude the placebo effect. It is possible, but it has not been done yet. And here, the same thing, the stress level before and after, they tested the saliva. So the level of saliva was getting down from 30 to 22 with only Tai Chi, and from 29 to 17 with Tai Chi and Agnihotra. So another interesting experiment was done in Moscow again. Dr. Dmitry Yudin, he did an EEG of patients before and after Agnihotra. And you see, before Agnihotra, the brain waves were mainly in the beta range. Beta is there for activity and also for stress. Alpha, only 17.6%. And after Agnihotra, again, after only one Agnihotra, see, alpha went up to nearly 57%, and beta went down to 23%. So that is a very nice example of how Agnihotra helps to calm down the mind. Another thing is the chakras. That is a method developed by another Russian physicist, Professor Korotkov. you put in the fingers one by one into the machine, and this machine measures the energy field of the fingers. And as the tips of the fingers are related to the organs, you can then calculate the energy field of the person. And you can also see the chakras. And here you see that was one person, one woman, who did not perform Agnihotra. It was their first Agnihotra. So that was before Agnihotra. And then we did the same reading after Agnihotra. You see, the chakras are now nearly all in one line. Only the throat chakra is a little bit at the side, but it is also better. Here it touches the line, and here is some distance away. So all chakras are better, and nearly all are in a perfect situation. So that is only one Agnihotra. It has a big, big, big impact. We did a lot of measurements with people who perform Agnihotra, and those people, even before Agnihotra, normally the chakras are well aligned. So there's not such a big difference in before and after, because the chakras are normally already quite in a good situation. Okay, now, of course, that was already mentioned before. Agnihotra reduces stress, calms our mind, and that leads to more peaceful families, neighborhoods, and finally to a peaceful society. We start on an individual level, but if more and more people are doing that, then it has a big impact on all. Thank you.
Wonderful presentation, Ulrich. This will be so useful because we can see that there's also scientific evidence over there and testimony as well, and completely done in a different country again. So Anukul, make a note of this. This will be very useful.
Absolutely.
And Ulrich, introduce Barry and Henry.
Okay, I think that was no. Okay, no. Barry will introduce Henry, and Henry will introduce Barry.
Brilliant. Let's go for it. Barry, unmute yourself, and over to Barry and Henry for the next round. Thank you. Barry, you need to unmute. Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay. So you saw me earlier when we were talking about Bhugaranya. Henry, who is Henry? Henry, Dr. Henry Gregory, is a PhD in clinical psychology, has over 50 years of experience providing therapy and training clinicians to do so nationally and internationally. He retired as a professor at the University of Maryland and currently serves as the president of the Baltimore Homa community.
Okay. And Barry Raffner. Barry is a clinical psychologist, originally from the U.S., currently living in Brugorania in Poland. And we started our journeys with Agnihotra and in clinical psychology about the same time with the same mentor, Ross Ford. I actually learned Agnihotra from him, and we did projects together, we did research together, wrote papers together, and it's still continuing to document the work of Agnihotra. Some of this I'll share with you in a moment. Okay. So a place that I might want to start to follow up on Aleta and Aleta's piece on substance abuse. We did a study on Agnihotra here in the US in Baltimore about 4 years ago. It's called Agnihotra and Mental Wellness. And what we did, for the control group, we used a group that was already together, that was doing Qigong, Tai Chi, meditation. And we had about a dozen of them, small dozen of them. And then we had about 12 folks who were doing Agnihotra for 2 weeks. For 2 weeks. Many of the folks was doing Agnihotra. Some of them knew about it, but this was the first time they did it regularly. And we gave them two scales. One was the Beck's depression scale, and the other was a mental wellness scale that we developed. And what we found after we did the pre and post test, that there was a significant difference in the Beck's depression scale for the people who did Agnihotra for those 2 weeks. The other folks, they're doing Tai Chi and Qigong and meditation, fine. But the ones that did Agnihotra, talking about lowering stress, calming the mind, they had a more significant difference. That study is actually published in academia for anybody who might be interested in it. So part of what Barry and I are going to go over real quickly is some of the components of homotherapy, homopsychotherapy. What do we focus on? And as Barry claimed, it's 5, 6, and 7. Number 5 starts with Agnihotra, purification of the atmosphere. Now that can manifest 3 different ways. It can manifest as the client and the therapist doing Agnihotra together. It can manifest as just the therapist doing Agnihotra, or it can manifest as the client coming to some place where Agnihotra is done regularly. I see a lot of clients privately in my home, and it's very rarely that somebody doesn't come in for the first time and comment on how peaceful it feels. Because there's going to be a shift in the atmosphere with Agnihotra. And we see purification as part of the main part of therapy. All crises are opportunities for cleansing, for purification, for us getting clear about what's working and what's not working, and doing some house cleaning like that. So number 1 is purification, preferably with Agnihotra in the fire. Number 2 is Donna. In the song, it says, nothing belongs to any of us. Nothing belongs, we are all caretakers. So when we can shift folks out of that material mindset of thinking external validation is what's important, to looking more internally and seeing that whatever assets one has, materially or otherwise, are to be shared in a responsible way. That helps to give the client a sense of purpose, a sense of value, to see deeper into his or her life than just assessing it or judging it by its material acquisition. The third one, Tapa is to me kind of the core. Any achievement in life requires some level of Tapa, self-discipline. Either you say you're going to study more and get up earlier, save money, not talk as much. It's going to require some discipline for any and every achievement that we make. And it's a science and it's an art. And as homotherapists, as we help people to calm mind, one of the things we want to do is help them to make some decisions about what habits they want to shift and begin that process. And the process works better if it's done gradually, because if you do it all at one time, it shifts back all at one time. Barry, you trying to get in?
I can. I was going to wait till Swadhyaya, but I can come up with karma. To give a bit of an overview, we talk about the fivefold path. And what Henry has just enumerated are the first three steps of the fivefold path. Yajna, mainly Agnihotra, Dana, Tapa. And, sometimes people, they start Agnihotra, and after 2 weeks or 2 months or 2 years, they wonder why they haven't reached enlightenment yet, right? I've been wondering that myself for a while. Now, that's where the other four aspects of the fivefold path come in. I've heard it said, actually, that Agnihotra is 40% of the fivefold path, and that the other four are each 15%. So that still makes Agnihotra more than double in importance. But if you do Agnihotra, let's just say the doors are open to doing dana. You will be less attached to material things just by doing Agnihotra. Then tapa. A lot of us young people, well, I used to be young, when we started in the 70s, we weren't big on self-discipline. We were big on other things, some of which are legal now and were not legal then. Then there's karma, number 4, which is basically the law of you reap as you sow, okay? And then you come to a big one, swadhyaya. Swa means self, the adhyaya means study, self-study, self-study. Now, what is that? That's especially important for Homa psychotherapy. It's an attempt to answer the question, who am I? Who am I? And you need to go within to find that answer. And this is what I came across this morning. Neti, neti is a Sanskrit expression which means not this, not that, or neither this nor that. It's found in the Upanishads and the Avadhuta Gita and constitutes an analytical meditation helping a person to understand the nature of Brahman by negating everything that is not Brahman. So, Swadhyaya, you can look at in a couple different ways. And one of the ways is this neti, neti. And if I can find this, I'm going to read you something, if I can find it. Not luck. The point is this. I, Barry, Henry, Ulrich, all of you, all the humans watching, you're not your personality. You're not your personality. You're also not your job. You're also not how wealthy you are. This is neti, neti. Okay, I'm not this, and I'm not that, and I'm not that. So that gets me closer to figuring out who I am, because I've eliminated 3 or 4 or 5 or 5,000 things that I'm not, and what's left is me. You can say my soul, you can say my inner fire, whatever. But swadhyaya is very important, especially these days, because with the internet and with fake news and with this and that, sometimes people get a little confused, especially young people, as to who they really are, who they really are. And if you add on to that, for example, the fashion industry, where they try to get us to feel that I will be a better person if I dress this way as opposed to that way, you can see where the Maya, the illusion, can quickly add up. So that's the fivefold path. You do Agnihotra, do Dana, do Tapa, do Karma, do Swadhyaya. And then, if you're doing all those things, you can complain that you haven't become enlightened yet. We'll talk about that.
If I could go back just for a second on karma, yeah, most of us have an understanding of karma, but when I work with clients, I like to take it to another place. Karma is a representation that everything in the universe is ordered. There's no such thing as accidents or coincidences. So part of the intention is to help clients to learn to listen to the universe, to read the universe and respond to it, to communicate with it. Because life through our karma is talking to us, trying to give us guidance, trying to support us all the time. So when we see it as an active process that we have some agency in, then it can be even more informative.
And by the way, the Swadhyaya number 5, we learned in the very beginning that Swadhyaya is a 24-hour process. You can do Swadhyaya every moment of your life because depending on your point of view, there's something for you to learn, or there's something for you to unlearn, like this neti, I'm not this, I'm not that. And that's the fivefold path. And then Henry and I wanted to talk about what we also learned back in 1970s. 6 crocodiles. 6 crocodiles. Now, the 6 crocodiles are always like snapping at our minds and bodies, like a crocodile, right? And what are those 6 things? Attachment, greed, pride, envy, lust, and which one did I forget, Henry?
Well, you started off anger, lust, greed, pride, envy, and attachment.
Okay.
And I don't think you can forget anger because to me, anger is the most toxic energy on the planet. If you allow somebody to make you angry enough, long enough, no matter how righteous your anger, it's going to create self-destruction. It's going to create. So these are the challenges that all of us have to deal with one way or another.
Yep.
So our choice, and again, what you focus on is what you empower. So in a lot of traditional, how should I say, psychotherapy in the West, it's so much pathologically oriented. It's really looking at what's wrong with people. But from this homotherapy piece, although we want to be aware of what the challenges are to deal with them, what we want to focus on is what's right with you, what your strengths are, what your capabilities are. Because it starts with the assumption that everybody is born with what they need for their mission in life. So that takes us to what we call the 7 rules of thumb. The first one is single pointedness. Today they call it mindfulness, doing one thing at a time. As Barry was indicating, most of us are overstimulated in society today. And I don't know about all over the world, but in America, the research says the average person sees 4 to 10,000 commercials every day. 4 to 10,000 attempts to get in our heads, influence how we think, how we spend our time, energy, money, and all of that. So our job is to focus our minds. The mind can go deeper and get off the surface and get to the deepest, the deeper states of being if it's focused on one thing at a time. So like I say, now we call that mindfulness, but it's about helping people to be focused, to be present, and to be responsive rather than reactive. Reactive is being in the back of the brain. That's fight, flight, or freeze. That's on automatic. But responsive is when I take a deep breath and when I settle and allow my energy to come up into the prefrontal cortex, then I can ask myself, what's the consequence? Do I really need to do this? Is this going to be helpful? I can really, that's where real thinking takes place. So there's a difference between being reactive and responsive. Then if we go to the second piece is that no fault finding. Say we're looking at what people's strengths are, capabilities, aspirations. We're looking at what makes them unique. I mean, part of what's happening in our society today is so much is about putting everybody in the box and judging everybody about how they fit in the box. But this starts with the assumption that everybody has something unique to contribute.
Well, Henry just said a very important word, judging. This is a problem. Judging is connected with expectation, which is also a problem. But the way I always feel about that one, I have a very strong tolerance for misbehavior. One of the reasons is before I came to Poland in 2009, I worked for 10 years in the jails and prisons of Los Angeles County, California. And I've heard everything, seen half of the things, heard everything. And I also like the biblical quote of people who live in glass houses should not throw stones. So, throwing stones is judging. Throwing stones is judging. And I haven't met anyone yet who hasn't spent some time living in a glass house, who have their own. It's like this. I saw a poster once in India. It was an American poster, but it said this: if you're wondering whether your work here is finished on this planet, if you're here, it's not. If you're here, it's not finished. So, you know, I worked with depression and I work with addiction also. And, you know, for example, in Alcoholics Anonymous, they have a no tolerance for alcohol, zero, zero. You stay clean. You haven't had any substance that affects the mind, alters the mind, you might say, like that. So they aren't perfect, but they strive for perfection. They strive for perfection. So, and this is connected closely, I think, with number 3, Henry, discrimination, freedom of choice. You want to wax on that?
The only thing we really get on this planet as humans is freedom of choice. Not about what happens to us, but again, about how we respond. And a little earlier in the conversation, when I first got on, I could hear people talking about the heart and the mind. Real discrimination is not just being logical in your left brain. The right brain integrates stuff, and that doesn't do it all by itself. You gotta let the heart play. Gotta let the heart play. So it's, you know, you had the cognitive part, you have the emotional part. Sri Vasant used to say, emotions are messengers. And we do better when we receive the message and then we can release the emotions. You know, because if we don't deal with the emotions are going to deal with us one way or another. So it's the cognitive part, it's the affective part, and the gut, the intuition. All 3 of them moving together for our decision making. As our frequency rises, as we settle more, we may get more downloads. You know, don't know where it came from, but the voice, that still small voice within, will give us some direction. And when we follow through with that and listen to that, it gets stronger, and we maintain more contact. So we make better decisions there. So that discrimination is integrating all of those faculties. The one that I think is one of the most powerful ones, though, is non-attachment. Non-attachment. In society, so much in society now is about outcomes, achievements, and all of that. What I can, what I have, and what people call me, and all of that. We attach to all those things. But what this says is we do better when we're not attached. We make better decisions. We're calmer. We are more connected to our source when we're not attached to outcomes. When we're more focused on the process, trusting the process. Yeah, we have our goal, but we do our best to live in our highest values, be the best versions of ourselves, and accept that whatever comes out of that is what is divine will. And idam namama, not my will, but thy will.
Now, in case anybody's wondering, why should we go to all this trouble? We've talked all day about how simple Agnihotra is, and it is, and it is, and it's like magic as far as I'm concerned. But these other things, Ulrich talked about prana and mind being like two sides of the same coin. Now, in the very beginning, Sri Vasant said, is anyone in this room happy all the time? And no one could say yes. Then the next question was, have you even heard of somebody who's happy all the time? Same answer, no. Now, training the mind to react with love under all circumstances is probably a key to being happy. Because as Aleta said in the de-addiction video before, if you're feeling love, I'm pretty sure you're not going to be angry, and you're not going to be attached, and you're not going to be full of pride. And lust shouldn't be a problem either, because we're talking love as in real love, as in divine love. And if we're really going to love thy neighbor as thyself, yes, we have to practice swadhyaya, self-study, and to try to be as positive as possible. And I'll read 5, 6, and 7, and then Henry can speak on them. Number 5 of these 7 thumbs, what are they called? Thumbs of what?
7 rules of thumb.
7 rules of thumb. Number 5 is think something good. Number 6 is say something good. And number 7 is do something good.
I see that as an act of faith. Again, if we're focusing on what's wrong all the time and what's not happening, we are energizing that. But if we're focusing on what is good in our thoughts, in our speech, and in our actions, then we are raising the vibration. But let me go back just to one thing said to Agnihotra will not do the work for you. It will provide the opportunity to do the work. As Sri Vasant said, it is a tool. It is a tool, but we still have to make informed decisions about how we focus, what we do, and what we don't do. And that's what the rest of this is about. And as homopsychotherapy, it's about not telling people what to do, but gently helping them on a road of self-discovery, because everybody has it inside of them, but helping them to listen to that voice inside, get clear about what their attributes are. I've been working in substance abuse 50 years, and I hear clients who just got out of jail, and and been addicted for years and whatever. And when you sit down with them and you start asking them, say, how did you survive all that? He said, huh? He said, so yeah, or what do you like about you? When you start to talk like that, it shifts the whole conversation because now you're saying, yeah, you've been to jail and you've been addicted, but you must have done something right in order that you're still breathing and you're sitting in front of me right now. So let's start unpacking that. And when we start unpacking that, that's when things shift. The other thing I just want to say about the addiction piece, it's my experience is that addictions are about trauma. Whether it's food, whether it's sex or drugs, it's about trauma. And trauma is not what happens to you all the time. It can also be what doesn't happen for you. If you don't have anybody saying, I love you, or supporting you, or nurturing you, that can be traumatic too.
Now, but earlier I said people in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. I just want to say one more thing about glass. We have a choice, and we've alluded to it, but we haven't said it. Is your glass half full or half empty? Half full or half empty? You have got a glass in your hand and it's full of water and it's half. So somebody asks you, do you have enough water? You say, well, my glass is half empty. I need more. And somebody else says, my glass is half full. I don't need any more. So this is attitude. Now, we don't have too much more time, but I just wanted to make it clear that when I see patients, I see results. The video about addiction from Abel and Aleta spoke to this, but even with less dramatic cases, families that are in crisis. I was trained in what's called structural family therapy. And one essence of that is to go for the love. When you have the family in the room, go for the positive, go for the love. You don't want the mother sitting there saying, I don't like my teenage son because he does A, B, C, and D. We want her to say, I love you to her teenage son. And as simple as that sounds, it's profound. So I think we're at pretty much the half hour that was allotted to us. If any of you have questions and the time allows, we'd be happy to address them.
Yes, sir.
I guess you had discussed the concept of neti neti. There is a Upanishad in the name of Drik Drishya Viveka. Fundamentally, it says there's a difference between an observer and the observed. That these two things are different. We tend to differentiate that. Now, the reality is that it is that particular observer which we are not aware of. So it is not my hand, it's not my heart, it's not my mind, it's not my thought. What is actually beyond that is something called the consciousness, or which we call it as Turya, Turya. That is the thing which is actually the observer. Behind our eyes, behind our mind, behind our brain, the one that's actually observing is the Turya. And Turya tells us you are sad. But by itself, it does not have its own sadness or happiness. And once you reach that particular point, that is when you become aligned with the concept of consciousness. And that's where resident consciousness is. And to reach that place, the concept of happiness comes Sat Chit Ananda. That means I realize that I am not this body, I'm not this mind, I'm not this physical self, but I am something beyond that. So that Turiya concept comes from Drik Drishya Viveka. It is a part of the conventional Vedic system anyway. Now, to approach that, one of the first way that they suggest is to concept of Chetana. That means you try to very much concentrate, meditate, and focus your attention on trying to recognize this Turiya. And that concept, I believe, when it comes to doing something like Agnihotra, you're actually focusing your attention on that particular point. But and it does not come with academics. It also comes with greater inner thinking, understanding what we are all about, and as you said, through concept of love. Another
Well,
point which
being an observer, in my mind, we say twice in Agnihotra mantras, idam namama.
That's right. That's
Not
right.
my will, but thy will be done. So, I'm trying to take myself out of the equation. In Alcoholics Anonymous,
Yep.
step three is I'm turning my life over to my higher power.
That's right.
And he or she can take the reins. So, yeah.
It's
Thank you,
also
Barry.
also
Thank you,
another
Barry.
interesting point that I got to know was the concept of anger and frustration and all these things and lust. But it's interesting to note when I was going through much deeper studies, they were saying one of the biggest things that impedes your ability to understand the Turiya is actually your self appreciation a bit too much. Somebody says good about you and you feel very elated about it, and so to forget your identity is very, very important. That's what they suggest.
Yeah.
Thank you, Anakul. Thank you, Barry.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Henry. What a wonderful session. We learned so much. I want to ask just a quick question before we go to Lisa and Tom over here. And we are okay. We'll extend the time as well. Barry and Henry, do you feel, and just a quick 30-second answer will do you feel that you are at the stage because of your seniority and age and you've captured wisdom? Do you think that the youngsters can be taught to understand this without the experience of a wisdom? And Henry, you hit the nail on the head. When you say we are attached, we can be attached to our profession, our car, our TV, our house, our wife, our spouse, our daughters, our son. That is when we get drawn down because you are weighed down of your possession. Once you are completely unattached, you are a very powerful soul that can fly higher than a kite and travel further than a butterfly because butterfly can go up to 3.5 to 8,000 miles. So Henry, that was a very good point. Now, Barry and Henry, a quick answer. Is it because of your wisdom for accumulating this salt and pepper hair that you are at this stage now? Or do you feel we can find methods that we can teach youngsters to adopt now rather than waiting for the salt and pepper hair? Over to Henry first and then to Barry.
Yes, it's a journey. At every stage, there's something to learn. And like I say, if there's nothing for you to learn, we're going to know because you're going to spontaneously combust and disappear. But yes, it makes a difference when we are exposing the young people to some of these concepts, when we're helping them to move through their traumas, when we're validating them helping them understand what we see as their strengths and capabilities. It makes a difference. So everybody can be in the higher consciousness at whatever stage. Every stage has a different challenge and something else to learn, but everybody can maximize their stage with the right support.
Thank you, Henry. Superb. Barry, your wisdom.
When I started Agnihotra in 1976, I thought I was on top of the world in 76, 77, 78. And I thought I knew a lot. I thought I was pretty wise, right? Well, 50 years later, I see that not only was I not as wise then as I might have thought I was, but I've still got a long way to go. Still got a long way to go. So my salt and pepper hair might remind me that I should not act like a teenager at least half the time. But uh, all I can say is that Sri Vasant says, believe what you experience. And if you're older, by definition, you will have had more experience than someone who is younger. So to that extent, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Barry. Lisa, Tom, don't worry. We are going because your subject is also very important, introduction to Agnihotra, because it's in a gentle way. Those who are new or about to learn, they will get some idea. But while I've got you there, Lisa, because you've been practicing for 50 years, and Ulrich, you are there as well. Same question to both of you. How can we instill these points and the youngster can still our knowledge rather than wait till they turn 50, 40, 60, 70, 80? Lisa, first to you for a quick answer, and then Ulrich.
Okay. Well, I was 18 when I started Agnihotra. So I was a young person, and then and certainly immediately received benefits. And then, getting married, raising 3 children, trying to incorporate these teachings, truth, nonviolence, forgiveness, self-discipline, and so on. This was we certainly strived to set the example, but also to instruct as well. So to whatever extent, at every age, there are different ways in which these teachings can be applied. So really there's something for any person to learn at any age.
How beautiful. And Lisa is an example. She started at 18. We will give her age away. She's 70. And she believes in what she does because she's still carrying on. And now she has got so much wisdom. Shortly, Lisa and Thomas is going to give us a bit of introduction so we can all zoom into Agnihotra. Professor Dr. Ulrich, when did you start practicing? And ever since you started till now, what wisdom have you accumulated that we can steal from you? Over to you.
Oh my God. Yeah, I was 30 years old, very young then. I was a hippie, but also a teacher at the university. So I had also at some point a clear mind. I don't know what to say. But what I see is that young people, and I meet a lot of students because I go to so many conferences, and the young people are very much open for this kind of knowledge. And many contact me, and also many are interested to do research. And that is my way to teach. It is through science, because that is what nowadays most people accept. And there is, and that has changed the last 10 years. Definitely, it has changed a lot. So there's a lot of response which I get now in these conferences, in my talks, and so on. So that is quite positive. And yeah.
Wow, superb. So let's take a pledge, all of us, both from the Sata and Healing Our Earth, that let us empower the youth of today to preserve the past and shape the future. And together we will bring and nurture them and create better, harmonious, loving, united community. Lisa, Thomas, welcome once again, and bring the introduction to Agnihotra in a nice, cool way.
Thank you.
Actually, Tom, I don't know that anybody introduced you earlier, so I'll introduce Tom. So he was introduced to Agnihotra in the early 1970s, and in 1977 he became a part of Agnihotra Press, which was a printing company back in the early days of Agnihotra spreading here in the U.S. That was a business that was set up to earn money to support the work. So since then, Tom has certainly been doing Agnihotra daily. He's a certified homotherapy teacher, and he has helped maintain a property in a suburb of Baltimore where Agnihotra and other homas have been done for more than 40 years.
Thank you. And I also just wanted to contribute something about the young people. I think a lot of them come in with a lot more knowledge and wisdom than we did when we were young. So teaching them Agnihotra, I think, is a little bit easier because I think they're a little more evolved.
And also today we have so many wonderful ways to spread this knowledge. The social media and so forth. It's a two-edged sword, but let's make the best use of these tools. Use them for good purpose. Okay. So as I mentioned earlier, when we say Agnihotra, we're referring to a very specific method because there are different things called Agnihotra. They're not all the same. The results that we'll be talking about and the scientific research was all based on this particular method. Tom?
You want me to start? You want me to start with number one, or do you want me to start with the screen?
I'm sorry, did you not hear me? I just did number one, so I'm sorry. With what's on the screen?
People all over the world have experienced wonderful benefits from doing Agnihotra. It's being used to heal the environment and neutralize the effect of pollution. And you'll be hearing about scientific studies on this later in the program. Also, Agnihotra is used in a number of countries in organic gardening and farming.
And as we've been hearing today, Agnihotra is used in many ways for personal healings. And as we said before, we make no claims or promises, but so many people around the world have successfully used Agnihotra to treat many different health issues, and home remedies can be made from the Agnihotra ash. It's been a common experience. I'm personally my own experience, and from people I've met from all over the world, that Agnihotra reduces stress and calms the mind. And it creates a peaceful atmosphere in the home or wherever it's done. This calming effect can be a great aid to meditation. And as we heard earlier, people have also used Agnihotra to help overcome alcoholism and drug addiction.
Agnihotra is a process of purification of the atmosphere through a specially prepared fire performed at exactly sunrise and sunset. Agnihotra, as we observe it, comes from the Vedas, the most ancient knowledge known to man. Remnants of Vedic knowledge can be found all over the world. Virtually all ancient civilizations had some form of purification through fire. In the course of time, the science was lost, but due to conditions we are in today, this ancient knowledge is being revived to undo the effects of pollution and restore balance to the planet and its life forms. This is ancient universal knowledge that all people can use for their own benefit.
Agnihotra is open to all people. There is no restriction by sex or gender. There are Christians, Jews, Hindus, Buddhists, Muslims, and followers of other faiths who do Agnihotra. A person may follow any guru and do Agnihotra. An atheist or an agnostic may also do Agnihotra. There are no prerequisites to doing Agnihotra. A person doesn't need to become a vegetarian or stop drinking alcohol or smoking cigarettes and so on before they start Agnihotra. And actually, it's been the experience of many people that their habits become healthier after they start Agnihotra. And as we also heard many examples earlier, that Agnihotra can be a tremendous tool in overcoming drug addiction and alcoholism. It's also important to note that Agnihotra is always taught for free.
The three inputs of Agnihotra are specific materials, specific timings, and specific mantras. Nothing is to be changed or added.
So the materials we're using are the copper pyramid, dried cow manure, raw whole grain rice, and ghee, nothing else.
The copper pyramid is an important part of the process. The Vedic knowledge states, just at morning Agnihotra time, all the electricities, energies, ethers are attracted to the pyramid in its shape. At sunset, these energies are thrust out in the same shape. The size and shape of the pyramid are very important. Back in the 80s, people did experiments with pyramid-shaped objects. They found that fruits stay fresh longer when stored in a pyramid-shaped vessel. One Eastern European scientist said that only a genius could have designed the Agnihotra pyramid. He found so many amazing mathematical relations in the pyramid, such as several ratios containing pi. Copper and gold are used in Ayurveda. Very little difference in the effect. In recent years, there has been research on copper's antimicrobial properties. Some hospitals in the United States have installed copper on frequently touched surfaces to reduce the spread of hospital-acquired infections.
Dry cow manure is another requirement. Cow manure has been used in folk medicine traditions all over the world. It inhibits the growth of some kinds of bacteria. Cow dung and ghee for Agnihotra may be from any breed of cow.
Whole grain, unpolished rice is another essential ingredient. We want only whole grain. Chemically, broken grains and unbroken grains of rice will be the same, but the ancient knowledge says that the subtle energy structure is not the same, so we need unbroken grains for Agnihotra. According to macrobiotics, rice is the most balanced food grain with equal parts of yin and yang.
Ghee, or clarified unsalted butter with nothing added, is also required for Agnihotra. It's an important ingredient in many kinds of Ayurvedic medicine. According to the ancient knowledge, it's the only substance which does not lose weight when burned. Ghee is said to transport the healing effects of Agnihotra fire into the atmosphere.
Accurate timings for your location are absolutely essential for proper practice of Agnihotra. Agnihotra is done at exact sunrise and sunset. If the timing is missed, it is not Agnihotra, and all the beneficial effects will not be conferred. Agnihotra is done to the second. Get timings for your exact location. And one of the best, tools for that is Agnihotra Buddy on your having that downloaded onto your phone.
The sunrise-sunset cycle is said to be the most powerful biorhythm that affects man. At sunrise, a flood of purifying energies goes from the sun to where the sun is said to rise. Of course, the sun isn't actually rising and setting. That's just the way it looks to us. So at sunrise, we want to catch this flood at its peak in order to make use of this enormous energy. At sunset, that flood recedes.
Sunset is another important time in nature. We could say that nature is in a state of imbalance at sunset. The growth rate of some kinds of harmful bacteria increases at sunset. Many people feel worse around sunset when they have a cold or virus. Also, people who work with Alzheimer's patients find that those patients become more agitated or disoriented around sunset. The medical term for this symptom is sundowning. So clearly, a change is taking place at sunset. By doing Agnihotra at sunset, we purify the atmosphere and help restore the balance in nature until morning Agnihotra.
Now it's easier than ever to get exact timings for your location with the free Agnihotra Buddy app available for iPhone and Android. And there are a lot of things you can do with this. You can set reminders and countdowns. You can set timings for multiple locations. It's really a wonderful aid. If you're going to be out of cell phone range, you might need to go to the old school timesheet or calculate the time. You can calculate the timings yourself online. If anyone needs help getting a timesheet, then you just contact a homotherapy center and we'll be happy to send that to you.
The third input to Agnihotra is mantras. It is well known to science that different vibrations have different effects on living things. For example, if you play certain kinds of music to cows, they yield more milk. If you play certain kinds of music to plants, they grow better. This knowledge says that there are vibrations that exist everywhere. Where there is a vibration, there is also sound. When we speak these mantras, the sounds we utter activate these special vibrations, which then creates a certain atmosphere of effects. Sanskrit is a language of vibration, and the vibrations of the mantras are an essential part of Agnihotra.
So the morning Agnihotra mantra.
Suryaya Swaha, Suryaya Idam Namam, Prajapataye Swaha, Prajapataye Idam Namam.
Evening Agnihotra mantra.
Agnaye Swaha, Agnaye Idam Namam, Prajapataye Swaha, Prajapataye Idam Namam.
So that sound file that I just played is on the Agnihotra Buddy app. It's also online at our website, agnihotra.org. Under the Agnihotra section on that tab, there is a line for mantras. So the combination of burning specific materials in the copper pyramid, the exact timing of sunrise and sunset, and the vibrations of the mantras produces the effects of Agnihotra. And I also want to mention, because we've seen a number of different images of Agnihotra fires today, in case anyone's wondering, it doesn't have to be a huge fire. It can be just enough so that these 2 pinches of rice and ghee burn quickly and completely.
We can't fully explain everything that takes place in Agnihotra, but this diagram gives an idea. We have energy coming from the sun to the copper pyramid, which is receiving and transmitting subtle energies. A channel is created in the atmosphere. It is said reaching up to 12 kilometers or 8 miles, bringing down prana energy. Prana is the life energy that connects us to the cosmos. Energy is thrust out to the plants, animals, humans, all life forms, and water resources.
We could say that all kingdoms of nature are represented in Agnihotra. Copper represents the mineral kingdom, rice the plant kingdom, ghee and cow dung represent the animal kingdom, man is the performer, and fire is the connecting link to subtler levels. Sri Vasant Paranjapay taught that the human body is like a transformer, which transforms high energy from the universe to a level which is then available to all of nature, such as the plant kingdom and the animal kingdom. Only humans can do that. So only humans can do Agnihotra and perform this service for all of nature.
People often ask how Agnihotra can affect the mind. This ancient knowledge says that atmosphere, prana, and mind are connected. When we make a change in the atmosphere, we make a change in prana. Prana and mind are like 2 sides of the same coin. Due to pollution, the functioning of prana has been disturbed. By purifying the atmosphere, we harmonize the function of prana, which automatically affects the mind and gives it a push in the direction of love.
So for more information, here is our website here in the US. This is the international portal, homotherapy.org. And if you go there, you can find listings of different centers and contacts in different countries. Earlier in the presentation we gave at the beginning of the program, I showed the homahealth.com website, which lists many different testimonies from people showing how they used Agnihotra and or Agnihotra Ash home remedies to deal with different health problems. Homafarming.com gives many reports of how Homa farming has been used in organic agriculture to grow absolutely top produce, top quality and quantity. Agnihotra is the foundation of Homa farming. There's also an online WhatsApp Agnihotra community. I also wanted to mention that since several of us here today were taught Agnihotra by Sri Vasant Paranjape, the books that he wrote are available online as ebooks from Amazon.com. So now they're available everywhere. Some Homa centers may have some hard copies, some are out of print, but at least they are available now online. And I just wanted to add one more thing, that I've been doing Agnihotra for 52 years, and in all that time, I've never found a better way to help the environment and support my own health and well-being than by doing Agnihotra. So for me, this small investment of time and effort has yielded huge benefits. Thank you. I'm looking for the end share screen. Okay, here we go.
Thank you. What a wonderful presentation, and it is so beautiful. And in a moment, we are going to go to our professor, Dr. Ulrich, and he's going to talk about environment and farming, which is another subject. And just for those people who wanted to know what Lisa was talking about, her website, agnihotra.org. It's a beautiful website, and here it comes. From here, you will be able to go to Homotherapy and other websites that she mentioned. And this is a wonderful, it's very simple, agnihotra.org. You can join the satsang, you can know what festivals are taking place or what courses you can join. And there is so much information here. So this is wonderful, agnihotra.org. Well done, Lisa. Well done, Tom. Wonderful information, and it's easy for people to dive into it. Thank you. Stay around because we'll still have a chit chat at the top end. Let's move on with Professor Dr. Ulrich. He's going to tell us a bit about farming and environment. Over to you, Professor Ulrich.
Okay, thank you. By the way, I'm not a professor. Doctor is okay, but I'm not a professor.
For us, you are a professor. You come with so much information.
Okay. Yeah. Wait.
He's going to show a presentation as well.
Yeah, I have a presentation, and
it will be very nice. And
before I had it.
Oh, while Ulrich is getting his presentation up on screen, I did want to mention that through agnihotra.org, people often contact us and we make arrangements to teach people. I have a monthly Agnihotra Zoom meeting, and because sometimes people don't have an Agnihotra contact in their area, so they can come to the Zoom meeting, they can learn how to do Agnihotra, and they can even just order supplies and get started. If possible, we do try to connect people to a contact in their area.
Brilliant. So once again, visit the website, connect to them, and it's beautiful. While Ulrich has got something exciting lined up for us, healing the environment, healing planet Earth, and healing humanity. Just the healing our Earth way. Over to you.
Ulrich, excuse me. Is Yarek on? He's on tape, right? He's not live.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I was already introduced. So that is something which I found recently here in India. Science of ICAR, the Indian Council of Agricultural Research, the top institute for agricultural research here in India. They have found that the nutrition has gone down by 45%, but the content of toxins has come up by 1,400%. That was after the Green Revolution. So that shows how really bad the situation is nowadays. And that, of course, has serious effects on our health. And according to information from the World Health Organization, already now 20 to 25% of all deaths are due to environmental pollution. The Cornell University in a study even said it's 40%. Okay, whatever statistic is correct, it's a lot. And this problem was definitely not there when thousands and thousands of years ago Ayurveda was received by the rishis. So that is a big problem also for Ayurvedic doctors. How can Agnihotra help? So Tom and Lisa just showed how it is to be performed. What is the effect? Agnihotra purifies the environment, the atmosphere, water resources, and soil, and thus brings all nature back to harmony. And let's first look at the atmosphere. Modern science normally speaks only of soil analysis and water analysis, but not so much about the atmosphere. But ancient science of homotherapy, and by the way, also biodynamic farming, they say that more than 75% of the nutrition to plants and soil come through the atmosphere. So if the atmosphere is polluted, this may not happen as nature has planned it. But if you make the atmosphere more nutritious and fragrant by Homa, there will be a type of protective coating to the plants, and diseases, fungi, pests, and so on do not thrive. The plant's capacity to breathe increases, and the toxic effect of choking to death due to atmospheric toxins is eliminated. You remember there was one slide which Lisa and Evan showed in the morning, in the earlier session, about the photosynthesis activity. You know, that shows, yeah, if in Agnihotra atmosphere, photosynthesis activity is more because the atmosphere is purified. This slide already has been shown. That is the bacterial count before Agnihotra and after Agnihotra. And that experiment was done several times. Also here, it was mentioned before, SOx, NOx, and particulate matter go down with Agnihotra. One thing is negative ions in the air. Negative ions in the air, they sound negative, but actually they are very positive. They are an indicator for fresh air. And normally, a smoke reduces the amount of negative ions. We had done 40 years ago an experiment in Germany. I went to the man who had the instrument to measure negative ions. And when I said, there's this fire, and he said, there's smoke. And I said, yes. He said, we don't have to measure. Any smoke reduces the number of negative ions. I said, okay, let's try. And to his utter surprise, there were more negative ions in the air. So now we have done some exact measurements recently in Germany. And you see at Agnihotra time, by performing Agnihotra, there were big peaks of negative ions by Agnihotra. And that may also explain why Agnihotra reduces the atmospheric pollution. Water resources. This experiment was done in Pune. The water from a river was taken. It went through some column of Agnihotra ash, and all parameters of Agnihotra of water quality improved, especially the bacterial count less, 93%, 98% less. So, but also big water bodies like the Narmada River, that is Agnihotra, that is our Agnihotra place in Maheshwar, and the Narmada is quite big at that time, and also that water quality improved. You see here, they tested the water quality upstream and downstream, and the second last row is Maheshwar Homotherapy Goshala, and there the water quality is much better, even fulfills the criteria of World Health Organization for drinking water. And you look, coliform count is 500, 600, or 700, but Maheshwar Homotherapy is 100, just within the range of what WHO says. Okay, effects on soil. One thing is, I want to read one quote more than 3,000 years old, in Sanskrit written. Upon this handful of soil, our survival depends. Husband it, and it will grow our food, our fuel, and our shelter, and surround us with beauty. Abuse it, and the soil will collapse and die, taking humanity with it. And now the FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization of United Nations, says already 1/3 of the world's soil has been degraded compared to 2060. And they say if we would continue with the agricultural methods which we have now, using all the chemicals, in the year 2050, we would only have a quarter of the soil per person compared to 1960, and that will just not be enough. So we have to do something. We have to rejuvenate the soil with HOMA methods. The rejuvenation starts from the level of viruses, bacteria, fungi, algae. A healthy microflora and microfauna is created. And we've seen that. That was an experiment done more than 40 years ago in Denver, Colorado. They measured the quantity of water-soluble phosphorus. You know, normally phosphorus is one of the main nutrients. And normally there's enough phosphorus in the soil, but it's there in a not water-soluble form. If it's not water-soluble, plants can take it in. It doesn't help. And they measured, if they add Agnihotra ash to the soil, there was 3 times, 4 times more water-soluble phosphorus in the soil. Now, the question is, how come? And one hypothesis, well, it is because of the activity of some bacteria, and that has been confirmed. Some experiments showed if you add Agnihotra ash to the soil, these phosphorus-solubilizing bacteria, they increase even 1,000 times, and nitrogen-fixing bacteria, that is another major nutrient, increase 100 times. And on the other side, pathogenic microbes are controlled, as you can see here. And positive beneficial microbes, they thrive. Also, sodic alkaline soil comes back to normal, as well as acidic soil. And for that, we have the statement of our friend Jarek.
So in 1996, we started gardening here. Of course, the soil was extremely acidic, clay, stone, so we had to use compost. And in 2003, we took the soil to be sample tested at the agricultural laboratory in Krakow, and they told us that no way we can grow any vegetables in this kind of soil until we use 2.5 tons of lime, potassium, phosphorus, nitrogen, and then we can perhaps grow some vegetables. What they didn't realize is that thanks to homotherapy farming and organic composting, we were already growing every kind of vegetable, all kinds of greens, like you can see now, everything. And this is the beauty of homotherapy farming. It goes beyond logical, monocultural, even beyond ecological permacultural farming. It speeds up the process of regeneration. So we did sunrise, sunset Agnihotra, lots of Triambacum every day, and lots of Agnihotra ash. That's the key. So in 1990.
So, and this is some pictures from Bugorania in Poland. Now, effects on climate change. Many people talk about climate change, but they forget that climate, and they talk then about the CO2 content, the greenhouse gases. But that is only one aspect of the global pollution. Anyway, Conventional agriculture is one of the biggest net emitter of carbon. Approximately 20 to 25% of all greenhouse gases are produced by the modern food system. And one important factor is the degradation of the land, which releases large amount of carbon to the atmosphere. And that has a big effect on the carbon cycle of the planet. Now, in India, for example, the soil organic carbon is less than 1%, often only 1.5%. On our Homa farms, we have 10%, 12%, 15%. And if this method could be used on larger scale, we could even sequester the carbon content, the CO2 from the air, and store it in the soil. And in the soil, it makes productive, healthy soil. So it really has a very good effect there. And the problem of the greenhouse gases would be solved. Also, radioactive radiation can be reduced. That was after Chernobyl, one experience of our friend Karin Heschel from Austria. They had a farm products were measured, controlled for radioactivity by the officials. Only then they could sell something. And on their farm, there was no higher radioactivity as opposed to all other farms. And then later, after Fukushima, some scientists from Japan came to Kiev to the Academy of Sciences Institute of Physics, and I happened to be there at the time. And they brought radioactive rice from Fukushima because in Kiev they had developed a nice instrument to measure radioactivity. Okay, I said, nice. And I suggested, soak this rice in Agnihotra ash water. They did that, and within 1 week, the radiation came down to a normal background level. So all the radioactivity was wiped out by just soaking the rice in Agnihotra ash water. Here you see how they did it. So that was a great result. We had hoped that we could do some follow-up study, but that somehow did not work. And one example that is also quite, it was big. The biggest industrial disaster worldwide took place in Bhopal in 1984. MIC gas leaked, and it was a great catastrophe. Tens of thousands of people got sick, and thousands died. And those people where Agnihotra was performed in the house, nothing happened to them. It was in the middle of the night, so they couldn't perform Agnihotra, but they started, when they felt something is wrong, they started to perform Trambakam fire, and then they formed groups of people who came together, and these people got also healed. Then they prepared Agnihotra eye drops. That is one of the methods which Monica is describing in her books. And so that gave these people relief. None of the people where Agnihotra was performed regularly got even injured. Forget about dying. And so many people died. It was really terrible. Some time ago, I met one scientist on a conference, and she was from Bhopal. She was a child at that time, and she says corpses, dead bodies were piled up in the streets because it was so many. They couldn't handle that. Homa organic farming. We have one farmer in Karnataka in South India who has wonderful results.
Like in the West, in the East too, in Karnataka, India, an organic farmer practicing Agnihotra is getting superlative results with Homa farming.
I used to practice a lot in organic farming. After I started aromatherapy, I reduced the practice, a lot of things which I used to do earlier. It is only aromatherapy and is doing Agnihotra, and only water is given, that also very less water. But the wonderful part is the soil has improved a lot.
So that is on farm level, but also in cities, you can do something, as we can see here.
Like in the West, in the East too, in Karnataka. Like in the West.
Nah. Okay. No, this slide I don't find. Anyway, that was Arun Anand from Indore. He has a nice garden on his rooftop, and he has wonderful results there. So we have several farmers in India, especially, but also in Europe, in Germany, in Poland, in South America, many, 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 also on big farms in South America, in North America, some. But there were some controlled experiments also. Some were at the University of Palampur in Himachal Pradesh, North India. And they compared Agnihotra ash with other organic fertilizers, produced lemongrass and Tagetes minuta, and found with Agnihotra quantity increased, oil content increased, and the disease resistance was higher. Then there was one very extensive study in Dharwad Agricultural University, Karnataka. They had 4 MSc theses. They studied tomatoes, cabbage, soybeans, and okra. And the parameters studied were the yield, pests and diseases, and the quality, nutrient content. And the result was wonderful. There was a reduction of pests and diseases, an increased nutritional value. And this nutritional value is very important for our health. And you remember one of the first slides which I showed at the beginning, they said that the nutrient content has gone down by 40%. Now with Agnihotra, it comes up again. And also the yields are higher. And here you see some figures for the yields. And that is very important because higher yields also mean higher profit. And that has been confirmed by a PhD study recently done in Mysore University, Karnataka also. And the result was that 225 organic farms, Homa organic farms, compared to 225 conventional farms. And the result was the profit. Most conventional farms, the farmers had, say, less than 15,000 rupees per acre per season. Most of them were in the range between 16 and 20,000 rupees per acre and season. But the farmers with Agnihotra, they didn't even start with that. Most of them had 26 to 30,000 rupees per acre and season. So that shows big increase in the profit. And that is very important because many farmers actually want to shift from the chemical farming to organic farming, but they are afraid that they would lose their profit, their income, and they're not rich farmers, so they could not afford that. But this shows if they go to organic and use Agnihotra methods, Homa organic farming methods, then their income even increases. So they're on the safer side. So that means with Homa organic farming, we can reconcile ecology and economy and thus achieve sustainable development from village level and thus guarantee global food security. You remember earlier I mentioned in the year 2050, if we would not do some changes, we would only have 25% of the land, usable land per person. And that was not enough to feed the growing number of people. So with this method, we can achieve global food security. Now comes our...
And Mr. Anand, a retired engineer from Indore, India, has a plush rooftop garden thanks to Agnihotra.
I make Agnihotra ash water, which is sprayed on the plants, which gives them a special energy. And it's a totally different thing when you spray Agnihotra water. The plants start growing and they start growing much better than otherwise.
And Mr.
So, with home organic farming, we are healing our environment and thus produce healthy food and helping for a healthy lifestyle. And it is said, let the food be our medicine. And that originally it was said in Ayurveda. It was also said by some Western teachers of medicine. And as conclusion, it is said that many thousands years back, there was a Vedic time on this planet when in each and every household, Agnihotra was performed at sunrise and sunset. This was a golden era of peace and prosperity all over. And maybe we can establish such a golden era again on planet Earth when more and more people worldwide start performing Agnihotra. The following graph shows how sunrise and sunset move around the planet, as would all the Agnihotra fires move around. And then local effects of Agnihotra yajnas would merge together and create a global effect. Already now it is being done on all the continents. And here you see how this is. This is the line of sunrise. So you see always there's some point on the planet where you have sunrise. And there are other points where you have sunset. So there are two lines of sunrise, sunset moving around the planet. And if more and more people perform Agnihotra, that would also mean there were two lines of Agnihotra fires moving around the planet Earth. So all the time, Agnihotra would be performed somewhere, and these energies would then come together. That's it. Thank you.
Wonderful. Ulrich, you brought some insight to Agnihotra, some testimony and scientific proofs. Again, they will be so useful that we need to start publishing, adopting, and letting people know. So it will be very beautiful while we're waiting for Dennis and Jillian, who are going to break into mantras and sing songs. Let's have an open chit chat about Agnihotra and how it affects people's life. I like, Ulrich, you brought us stats that 45% of the nutrients are lost in the food.
Yeah.
And I feel it's more than that, but 45% is quite a lot because half of it is gone. Number one. Number two, and that's assuming that quite a few of them have retained even a half, some that have completely left with the modified and foods and all those things, particularly in the processed food where we're losing out. Then 1400% toxin increase. I mean, 1400% is phenomenal. Actually, the body, I don't know, I think maybe our body are also adapted to using it. So it is important that people realize that either we change our attitude and life now before it's too late, or we are not going to leave a good earth for our kiddies and the youngsters and the generation to come. Anukul, you were listening very patiently, and it's nice because Ulrich is also part of the new association that's being set up. Some kind of information that we've always been waiting for because there are some research or studies. Time to take it to the next level where the authorities or societies or the community start listening to it, particularly the health organizations of each country. Anukul, your comment, please.
I think what Dr. Ulrich has done is just phenomenal, collecting lots of data. But very interestingly, you talked about the toxins in India and the soil in India, how badly it has lost its productivity. The Green Revolution that started sometime in 1965 or 70s, that introduced quite a few interesting things. First of all, use of pesticides has been a major cause of problems cutting down the organic material in the soil. The
Yeah.
Indian soil normally had around somewhere like 18% to 20% organic material because cattle and other things used to walk about in the field all the time and they used to do whatever they did. But now that thing has stopped. On top of that, they have used urea and various other kind of insecticides to kill the organisms, and that has resulted in significant loss of the organic matter. Some places which have got the highest level of organic matter in the Indian soil is still in Madhya Pradesh and and parts of Uttarakhand, if I'm correct, with about 20, almost 18 to 20% organic matter, and the the food that they make up over there is just fantastic. So that is one small comment. But I have one question to ask Dr. Ulrich is about Lisa had told about that any kind of cow dung or honey or ghee would do the job. What I learned about, and I would like you to clarify that it is A2 ghee and the Bos Indicus what you call this cow dung, which is specifically used. I'm not very certain of that, mainly because possibly I'm still a part of the Indian product, so I know you knew as Bos Indicus cow dung, and it has interestingly Bos Indicus cow dung. Good amount of research has been done recently. It is one particular cow dung which does not absorb water. So if you take normal cow dung and mix it with water, it tends to sort of all mix up and become a big bundle. But in cow dung, if you dry it and keep it on top of a roof, then the water does not stay and it drains out. One of the factors why it has resulted in patenting of the Bos Indicus cow dung as well as the urine in USA is because of these characteristics.
Yeah, that is a question which I get often in India, especially. Yeah.
Yeah.
And okay, one thing is these desi cows in India, the cows with a hump. I would say, yeah, they are better. They're more original, and the cow dung and the ghee also is preferable if you get it. But we have seen Agnihotra is practiced all over the world. And in Europe, we don't have these cows with a hump. In US, we don't have them, with very few exceptions. In South America, although normally we don't have them. But the most of the results in medicine, also in agriculture, come from these countries. And the Agnihotra and the Agnihotra ash also work. We asked our teacher, Srivasant, and he said, the dung from any cow can be used. It should be a cow. And even the dung of cows which live in Agnihotra atmosphere, this dung is better than if you have cows with hump are not in Agnihotra atmosphere. But the thing is, if you have access to cow dung and cow's ghee from these desi cows, then yeah, go for it. And but the bigger problem, especially here in India, is, or maybe in general in Asia, is it is difficult to get pure cow dung and pure cow's ghee because most farmers, they have both cows and buffaloes. And I think last year or two years ago, there was a big analysis of ghee in it was published in Times of India, I think, and they analyzed all the major brands, including the one very known brand from Haridwar. I don't want to mention name. And it showed Although, you know, that label always says pure cow's ghee. None of them was pure. And also, I understand it's not a bad intent of these people. It's nearly impossible because they don't have millions of cows. So that they collect the milk from many, many, many farmers. And they can't control that. It's not possible. So what we always tell people, go to a dairy farm where you are sure that they only have cows. Then you can be sure the cow dung is okay and the ghee will be okay. So that is a very important point.
Thank you, Ulrich, for not mentioning any names or a company because we can't, because they're not here to defend. But you're very right that
Yeah,
what you
and
get
also
in
they are my friends. I mean, they are really nice people. They do great work. They do great research work. But okay,
they do amazing work. I know them
yeah,
very well because it was me who made them famous in the world in
yeah,
2006.
you told me.
However, bearing that in mind, as you say, they do fantastic work, as do others. Purity comes from a natural farms. You know, the Swedish cows actually produce so much good products. Up in India, sometimes the cows end up even eating newspaper and anything they can find.
Oh,
So
terrible. Yeah.
so it's depending where you are and everything, but you're very right that there is a room for improving the products, and you brought some very good statistics there. People are asking on the social media with our partner channels that will this be recorded? So those who are listening, whatever medium you are watching from, at the end of the episode will become a recorded version. It will stay there on a Facebook. After 30 days, it's removed. If you're on a YouTube, it's permanently there. You can watch it at your leisure, fast forward it, move it, learn, pause it, and capture whatever you like. And also the person who has invited you will also send the link again in case you want to share it with the people. I want to ask, we've got a bit of time, so I just want to ask to everybody on a quick fire round. So it can just be a 30-second answer. I particularly want to ask one question. How has Agnihotra impacted your life for each one of you? In a 30 seconds. So we start with Evan first.
Oh, briefly, long ago and far away, when I was at Agnihotra Press, we had a Om Trambakam fire that went on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It went on for years, and I was fortunate enough to participate in that. And I quickly discovered that if the fire is at the center of my life, everything else will take care of itself. So I'll never quit.
Brilliant, Evan. Never quit. Keep on going. It's brought the youth in it. Look at you. You're fit. All faculties working. So it's beautiful. Barry, let's come to you. You've got vast experience as well. How is it?
Okay, I just want to say one thing quick about this cow dung. What was disturbing was we would hear from people, more so in India, that I can't do Agnihotra now because I can't get Desai cow dung or Desai cow's ghee. And
Desi, not
Desi.
Desi.
And we wanted to just tell them, as Ulrich pointed out, any cow dung will do. And one should not miss Agnihotra because they can't get ghee or dung from those particular cows. Uh, what has Agnihotra done with me? I was going to say something interesting. Uh, can you come back to me after
Sure.
the other?
Barry, think of it. It's very important.
Yeah.
We go to smiling Monica. Guten Abend, Monica. And how has it impacted you?
Guten Abend. For me as a pharmacist, it is great that Agnihotra and Agnihotra ash can provide healing even when school medicine is at an end. And this is always the proof when nothing else helps and Agnihotra and the ash is healing still. So what better proof can you get?
Brilliant. There you are. Lisa, for more than 50 years, still smiling, still enjoying and helping the globe. How has it impacted you?
It was complete transformation of my life. When I started Agnihotra, I was a teenager going through a difficult time. My father was diagnosed with cancer, and there was terrible stress in the house. And right from the start, there was a real transformation happening at home, and it just continued. Every Agnihotra, I just felt this improvement. All these years, I've been connected with the Agnihotra community locally and internationally, and it's just been such a journey of joy. Personally, and meeting all the people, hearing everyone's experiences, and helping other people to experience such improvement in their lives. It's just been so fantastic. It's really divine grace.
And therein lies the joy of Lisa. By helping and teaching others and guiding others, it brings smiles on her face because she has experienced the joy. So when you bring joy for others, it brings so much happiness in you. So Lisa, you're on the right track over there. Ulrich, how has it impacted you?
Two things. One is when I started, I was teaching at the university at that time. And after 2 weeks, I realized one thing, that my life became clearer. The first thing actually which I realized, that for 2 weeks I had not been in a pub. Normally, I was still used to student life, working till 11, going to pub, later having a glass of beer, and going back at 1 o'clock. And then I realized suddenly, oh, I had not been to the pub for 2 weeks. And then I didn't miss it. And that also meant I didn't miss the beer, so I stopped that. And what I felt is that decisions were easier, things become clear, what should I do next, and so on. So that was very good. So that was the thing which I immediately realized. And then if you ask, how has my life, as Lisa said, my life has totally changed. Actually, in science, you want a comparison. That would have been really interesting to have a clone Ulrich at that time, and one Ulrich performs Agnihotra and the other Ulrich continues the other way. I'm not sure whether the other Ulrich would still be alive. He would have done many, many crazy things, interesting but crazy things. I think it would be probably a difficult life.
Ulrich, for a German person to confess, who was an hippie and a student and an outgoing person who loves beer, because the Germans are the only one who can drink beer for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and at night time. You have proven over here, and Lisa said you don't have to stop drinking or anything. But for those who are drinkers, why don't you try Agnihotra for a while? And maybe you will slow down on drinking or completely give up and have a different path of a direction. So Ulrich, that was fantastic. It was very nice that you mentioned what you did and things like that. Anakul, you today were dreaming and enjoying and learning Agnihotra. How has today's episode impacted you?
I think ever since the time I came in contact with Dr. Ulrich, it has always been very fascinating. And every time I listen to Agnihotra, my mind sort of goes all over the place. There's so many branches of thoughts that go along from and various aspects of Vedic concepts. It's just amazing. But there's so much yet to learn and so much yet to do. And I think I must thank Dr. Ulrich for having done what he has done, and all those people who've been practicing Agnihotra for so many years. So much of important information. I really need to visit you all. I don't know when and how I'm going to do that. I desperately need to meet you.
Well,
thank you.
You sure will be visiting them. Actually, virtually, we're visiting them regularly, and we'll do this more often because it brings better knowledge and better community building as well. Let's go to Barry, and then we'll go to next couple of questions while we are waiting for the Gillian and Dennis. Barry, You
Yes.
remembered.
Sorry?
You have remembered why.
I have remembered.
Yes.
So, my work with addiction with patients doesn't come just from intellectually. Uh, I am a marijuana addict. And when I started Agnihotra, marijuana had brought me to my knees and it was life-threatening, literally. Uh, I started Agnihotra and I was clean for 17 years. And then, having reduced my swadhyaya and other things, I fell off the wagon and smoked marijuana for a while. Well, then I got back on the wagon and now I have 28 years clean. So, uh, without Agnihotra, uh, I would be probably living in Haight-Ashbury in San Francisco. And knowing me, I'd probably be on a corner, not in a house. So, as far as I'm concerned, people don't like when I say that Agnihotra kind of makes me high most of the time. People don't like when I say that, but maybe it's because they don't know what being high is like. But I do. And Agnihotra, it doesn't alter my mind, and like that, but it helps me stay off of marijuana. It helps me control food, which is a big problem if you smoked marijuana. And it's very easy for me, having gotten over the depression that I had when I started Agnihotra, to help people with addictions and depression.
Brilliant, Barry. And it's okay to be high in spiritual form. Because when you are high in spiritual form, then you are connected to the Almighty or the Supreme or the God or even somebody you know, your mother. Because it is a mother who gives you a birth, and our affinity and close to mother is very simple. They are like God because they gave the birth to us. So to get high in a spiritual format is a moksha where you really want to be there, and it's beautiful. So Barry, for those, if they don't like what you are saying, get them getting high with you spiritually, and then they will realize you don't need drugs, you don't need alcohol, you just need that peace of mind spiritually, which you have found that. I want to ask another question. And Ulrich, you touched it because in, I think, one of your statistics, there was an addition to Tai Chi and Qigong and Agnihotra and how together it benefited. So what I want to ask each one of you, that do you adopt any other form with Agnihotra? To each one of you? Quick fire round question, okay? Evan, we go first with you.
Well, long ago and far away, I learned a set of disciplines that has been described as Homa lifestyle, and I live that way. I get up early, I do yoga, I do Agnihotra, I do an hour of home Trambakam every day. I keep all the meditation times. I try and eat good food and sleep enough. It all adds up to good health.
So Evan says that Agnihotra, good food, good sleep really helps. Monica, what do you combine your Agnihotra with?
Oh, for me, it is the combination for a happy life and for a really balanced feeling in myself. Because since I do Agnihotra, I really feel why I am here on earth and what is my job and what is my future to look at. And this is very beautiful for me because I know my place where I am on earth and my work, what I have to do.
Fantastic. Agnihotra gives Monica to find her purpose, why she is here. So that's beautiful over there. Lisa, do you combine anything with Agnihotra?
Yes, well, actually, the disciplines that Evan referred to, we do certain meditation timings and fires throughout the day. And Yajna and the Om Trambakam Homa in our fire temple that my husband and I are responsible for. And I have, well, one field of interest that I find really complements. For 16 years at a small private school, I taught dances of universal peace. And whenever I have the opportunity to attend one of those dance sessions, I like that. And I became a dance leader also, and that's a very joyous experience. And on a few occasions, we have been able to perform the fire during a dance session, and I found it to be very powerful.
Wow, I love that. Lisa, do you know Sharon Rose from Colorado, from the mountains? Do you know her?
I don't.
Okay, she's quite a big name there in America. She actually, just like you, she's 77 now, but just like you, 50 years back, she traveled to India and learned complete classical dancing, and she is now spiritual. Anakul, if you could take care to introduce Lisa to
I will.
Sharon, because they're both in America
Mhm.
and slightly away from each other from a time zone point of view. But it'll be very nice that you can combine, because Lisa is very right. Dance with spirituality, meditation, yoga, Agnihotra goes a long way. And that's why I want to know the combination. So, Anukul, if you could do that,
I will.
and then it's nice because at Healing Our Earth, we grow family and introduce each other. Barry,
Yes,
what combination?
I walk 1 hour every day, and I do 1 hour Om Trambakam Yajna every day. It's easy to do that responsibly because we do 5 hours here every day at Brugoranya. So like there's pressure for me to do my 1 hour. And then you know, I teach Agnihotra, and that seems to be, well, through writing. I do a lot of writing. That seems to be close to my Vikarma, my allotted task. And then lately, I've been more engaged in fundraising for the Center of Light that we are constructing here at Brugoranya, a 12-bedroom research and conference center. And it's about time for us to raise enough money for the doors to open. So I try to help with that.
Wow, fantastic. So the eco village is expanding even more beautifully. Walking, which is brilliant because, as long as we are walking and breathing, we are alive. And that's very, very important. And riding, Barry does riding as well. So that's very beautiful. I love that idea. Ulrich, what combination do you like?
I mean, these things. Earlier, I did a little bit of yoga, which was good. I have stopped that. Maybe I should start again. Now, I still do pranayama rather regularly. And otherwise, I just sit in front of the computer and try to coordinate more research on the subject of Agnihotra. And I travel around to meet scientists and go to conference and so on. That is my main focus.
I love the combination travel, which is very soothing, computer, not just idle surfing, but research. So again, beautiful in today's day and age technology, even if you are not connected via computer. So we can't say computers are completely bad. Use them for the right purpose at the right time. So it's very beautiful. Anakul, from today, you've learned a bit about Agnihotra, so that's exciting for you. You're, of course, a top-class surgeon, orthopedic surgeon. You also advise health authority here. You do know quite a lot about Agnihotra because
And
you were...
here's my Agnihotra as well.
Oh,
Yeah,
great.
yes,
Hey.
yes. We all know that, okay, while you are asking questions, you do know practice and you do know your stuff. But what are you going to combine from today onwards?
I think the most important part is to be regulated in terms of what we are doing in form of habits, in terms of routine, and what we formed in the form of rituals. That's one of the point I was putting. That deliberate action for every action that we do through the day is what actually makes you focus and puts all your energy in the right direction. And I think once we're able to take that into mind, our ability to perform our Agnihotra will also improve. But I've got one question to ask Barry about is those patients who had undergone treatment under you with Agnihotra, were they still continuing with the medications or were they told to stop the medications at any given time?
Oh, gee. Mostly we find that, well, let me say this. For example, Alcoholics Anonymous is the most successful program in the world for addiction for alcoholism. How successful is it? 20%.
Yeah.
20% only. So, we don't usually advise people to get off of medication. They would do it on their own and substitute Agnihotra ash and doing Agnihotra. Now, all of my clients don't do Agnihotra. I don't even tell all of them about it if they come from a family that's, wouldn't understand a little bit, But the ones who start doing Agnihotra, they don't need medication and they are much more in control of their addiction, like their therapist, me.
All right.
So I want to ask next question. In order to adopt Agnihotra in different countries, today we discussed what is required, how probably it can be done. You've seen a lot of different Westerners moved into Poland, and they're not polished necessarily, and they love it down there. What if some people want to practice and they don't have the cow dung? They don't know what ghee is, or maybe the ghee is not available from the village or something, although ghee is quite wild now, widely available. Do you feel that there is an alternative and yet practice the Agnihotra? Let's start with Lisa.
No, there's absolutely no substitute for Agnihotra. And I mean, here in the US, certainly when Agnihotra started, nobody had heard of these things. Nobody knew anything about cow dung or ghee or any of this. And, there wasn't even so much as a brochure about it, and then little by little, it spread. And there are a number of sources for obtaining the supplies. Actually, my husband has a business here in the US. He's like the materials person, and I am the teaching component. So, between the two of us, we can get people started on Agnihotra, answer inquiries. I can even meet with people one-on-one on Zoom or if possible in person, or we connect them to someone if there is a teacher or a very experienced Agnihotra practitioner in their area. But there's just no substitute. No.
So Lisa is very adamant that better go and find your cows. And if you don't know how to find them, go to your local farmer or go to your local area where they milk the cows, and maybe you will find it. As for ghee, try to find an Indian person and they will definitely have it at home. And Indians are all over the world.
Oh, but we teach people how to make ghee, and because here it's not hard to buy. You can get organic, unsalted butter and make it yourself. It's cheaper than buying it, and you can buy the cow dung online. As I said, we sell it here, but we're not the only supplier. And actually, I'm grateful to the other people. There are some other reliable sources who sell cow dung in this country, and it was a real challenge years ago to try to keep everybody in supply. I mean, we're in Virginia. We can have winter and cold and rain and all those things for half the year. So really in the warmer months, we can dry it here. But now there are a number of different sources. So anyone in the US who wants to do Agnihotra, we can certainly facilitate them getting started.
So whichever country you're listening from, there is no excuse. You can either make the ghee from home, just look up on the internet and lots of recipes are available there. You can order the cow dung as well. So don't make any excuses. Try to practice Homa and Agnihotra the right way. I know some of you are saying that you have bonfire and you close your mind and go into meditation. Very good. That's the first step. Go to the second step now. And Lisa says there is no excuse for that at all.
In 50 years, I have found one person who couldn't do Agnihotra because of the scenario you're outlining. She lived on an island between Africa and I guess
Indian
India,
Ocean.
somewhere. And there was no post. They got shipments every 4 months through a boat that came. And the only milk they could get was UHT, which
Yes.
you can't make ghee from. So she's the only one. I mean, she could have looked ahead and bought enough stuff for 4 months, I guess. But she was the only one who had an excuse that I actually said, hmm.
Well, yes, and maybe in today's day and age, more things are more available. Ulrich, are Jillian and Dennis coming to sing some?
No. I will show a video.
Okay, let's go for it because it'll be nice to have a bit of chanting and stuff. Go ahead, Ulrich, over to you.
I'm sorry, the format is small, but the voice is good. Okay.
Okay, yes, please go ahead.
Hello, everybody. Hi. This is Julian. I am Dennis. And
What happened? I tried before and the voice was okay. Now there's a.
Yes, the voice is a bit funny. Maybe if you, Ulrich, off the line, stop the screen share and mute the sound. Play it on your computer once so it's buffered and then it may be okay. Meanwhile, we'll just chit chat over here. So if you could mute the sound when it's playing, let the whole full thing play so it's buffered at your end, okay? And that'll be fine. So Monica, you are a chemist, are you? You are a pharmacist?
Pharmacist.
Wow.
I worked in the pharmacy.
Yes. And do you practice or do you believe in homeopathy and Ayurveda products?
Well, there are some results, but my experience is really that the healing power of Agnihotra is going beyond all the other methods which I came to know in the meantime. Because, for example, I was invited to go to Kazakhstan, and there they had more than 400 atom bombs in the 90s as a test area for the Soviet Union. And therefore, the complete country has too high radioactivity. And the physicians there say most of the people have wounds on the body and they only can take care for the wounds, but they are not able by no possibility that these wounds go to heal. And this is a big problem there, for example, because of this high radioactivity. And when I came there and showed the people Agnihotra and explained the ashes and put Agnihotra ash powder on these wounds, the wounds started healing. So they have, with nothing else, got this result. And so in different other cases, I also recognized that the healing power of Agnihotra is going beyond of other methods because there are more dimensions included in the procedure. So we can take to whatever is possible for healing, but we can add Agnihotra and the Agnihotra ash and go further.
Well, as a pharmacist who are very, very well versed with the medicine and the composition, so here is a endorsement that look, Agnihotra can heal you. Agnihotra can mentally give you peace of mind as well. And while you are in Germany, do you have clubs there where you form together and you practice Agnihotra together, or you have Agnihotra party or Agnihotra chanting? Do you have a club?
Some people are in groups, but most of the people do the Agnihotra on an individual base.
Okay.
So both is okay because some people really like to be in a group and have to exchange in between the people. And other people are engaged in more traditional situations of life
Yes.
And they feel better when they just do the Agnihotra personally for oneself with not so much group aspects. So both is okay.
And have you been to India?
Yes, about 20 times.
Yes, only 20 times. Yes, beautiful.
Yes.
That's wonderful. Barry, you visit India nowadays more often?
No, I most time visited it together with Srivasant Paranjape.
Okay.
Means in the beginning, I met him in 74, and then I have contacts with him in different countries. I also met him in Peru or in Florida or in other countries. And so my travels there were most time in combination with Srivasant.
Brilliant. It's
And I
wonderful.
think you asked me.
Yes, Barry?
As I said when I spoke, my first trip to India in 1979 lasted 6 years.
Wow.
And then I went back 2 or 3 times for a couple months. Then in 2007, the first of the 7 Somayugs that we did in India took place. So in the 10 years from 2007 to 2017, I attended each of the 7 Somayugs. But I was only there for, well, once for I think 2 months, but usually just for 2, 3 weeks. I just try to go wherever the mangoes are.
Yes, mango season and mango is good idea. Not bad at all. Lisa, you recently have visited India or previously?
Oh, previously. My first trip was 1977 to 78. I was there for a little over 9 months. And that was my first time. I mean, I was so young, my first time being in any foreign country, and I was traveling alone. Though as soon as I arrived, I met up with other Agnihotra people. We had, that arrangement. So I was really, always there only for the Agnihotra work. And
Wow.
also, like Barry, I was very fortunate, and Ulrich, to be at all of the 7 Somayags that were conducted in Maheshwar. Just a fabulous experience.
Wow, brilliant. Maybe someday we should all plan a Bollywood style visit up there in from near Mumbai and do Agnihotra and travel over there and enjoy the style that could be slightly different. Maybe we'll organize all together. Anukul, you wanted to make a comment. Just before you do that, Ulrich, are we playing okay on your computer and enough to share now? Do you want to share? And Anukul has got a comment in a moment.
On my computer, totally fine, yes.
So let's attempt it and Anukul, you can make your comment after we watch this video, okay? Okay, Ulrich, go for it. It's wonderful that people have to. Ulrich will keep on talking till you click it in. And so it's so nice that so many people have been to India. They have studied their style. It was a completely new culture, new cuisine, new style, new rickshaws, new discipline, new etiquette. And look what they've learned. I mean, it's so wonderful that we are just one community now.
We do seminars at festivals, private parties at people's houses, wherever it's possible.
Ulrich, we are still having the same problem.
Yeah,
It's a
I
buzzing
don't understand.
sound.
Okay, then
Is it it looks like an MP4 version?
correct, yes.
Do you want to throw it in the chat here and see? I'll try to see what happens to it.
Can you play it on your computer, Ulrich, and we can hear the music at least? Or
Nothing is coming actually. He's sharing the sound.
yeah, but rather than a screen share, if he just plays it on his computer, which he says
Then it will not come correctly. Because then he'll have to configure his computer to pick. Ulrich, throw it on the chat over here. Throw the link on the chat.
No, it is not. It is not a link. It is on my computer. It's a
Okay, it's a raw version on your computer. Is that right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, no worry. We are here live people. Barry knows how to chant as well, and Lisa knows how to chant. And let's bring on some bit of chanting before we close. we have done quite over the time because we were all enjoying. So it's beautiful. Anukul, you had an observation and a comment before we.
I've actually got a question for Dr. Ulrich. I understand there have been some studies done on the use of Agnihotra ash in diabetic ulcers. I mean, in my clinical practice, I come across diabetic ulcers, neuropathic ulcers, and bed sores. And I just wondered, any specific study done anywhere with the use of Agnihotra ash in their management?
In which management?
Diabetic ulcers, in the foot ulcers, for
No.
diabetes, neuropathic ulcers, as well as what you call bed sores. Because of course there will be questions about bacterial load and things like that. But I'm
sure
quite
it helps.
convinced. Mhm.
I'm sure it helps. But Monica, maybe you know about some such cases.
I do not know actually such case, but I would keep it for important to first provide the body with a correct situation, means to control the blood sugar and the blood circulation, etc. The regular state of the area where the wounds are. And then you can add Agnihotra ash internally as well as I would try it with water with Agnihotra ash solved in it as a compression on the wound to bring this energy also directly on the wound. And of course, the person should sit to the Agnihotra fire itself, because the Agnihotra fire itself provides the most energy healing. And next, perhaps the person can have a look on the website of Aleta. There are all the empiric data also mentioned. It is therapiahoma.com.
No, it's
because,
better. Homahealth.com is better.
Okay, then this one.
Homa Health,
Because-
what Lisa mentioned.
And I'm looking right now at that site, and there are
Okay, because they had
studies about
a
this.
lot of experience there, and you can also directly ask them what ways of application of the Agnihotra ash there were proved.
Certainly.
Brilliant. So
Thank
we
you.
want a bit of chanting as well, whoever can know any mantra. Just before that, the viewers who are tagged to us on a social media, website, etc., let's tell them what the future episodes are here at Healing Our Earth. So next week is International Women's Day special. Women in empowerment, empathy, tenacity, and media and mentoring. So empowering women, empowering humanity. Women actually builds good community as well. Following week is the World Kidney Day. So the kidney experts and kidney transplant and kidney donors and kidney recipients will be here. If you know anybody who is suffering from any kidney matters, please refer them to Healing Our Earth and they can maybe benefit. And following week is Ram Navami. This is Ram's birthday, where you can come and do bhajan, kirtan, any stories, Agnihotra if you want to talk about it. Agnihotra was practiced during their time as well in the Hindu ritual, during weddings, during the string ceremony, even on the death. Havan is always practiced and it's very important. And then following week is the vegan and vegetarian kitchen. If any one of you are cook or you practice something good and you want to be part of Healing Our Earth, just go and contact whoever has brought you on here and they will refer you to the producer, which is Seema. Today's producer is Ulrich and Amrita. So different producers are there. Then the following week is the health one with autism. And on the 12th, we have got a special episode celebrating 6 years at Healing Our Earth. So effectively, it's 6 years to pandemic. Here we go. Now, who is going to chant a mantra or two?
We could do Saptashloki. Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
But if we do it together, it's not going to sound good. The synchronization is, I don't think you can do more than one at a time. Am I correct?
You can't do all together on a Zoom, but you can do one verse and the next one can do next, but you'll have to point your hand so the next one knows to take it over. Otherwise, you'll be talking over each other. Or each one of you do verse or half the mantras together separately is okay. We just want a bit of energy.
Yada srishtam jagat sarvam tadalo kapitamaha chaturveda samayuktam shashvatam dharmamadishat. Ulrich.
Kim zat karma kemadyatmam yadivinyatu mahati sarvashastreshu granteshu pramanam paramam shrutihi. Lisa?
Aspashtam chakada spashtam tattvajnana vivechanam anyatra labhyate kintu pramanam paramam shrutihi.
Evan?
Ashagranteshu sarveshu shruti pramanyameva cha sarvata saramaradhyat nijakalyana hetave.
Monica?
Shkavada ratahke chinnanyadastiti vadinaha sarvete vilyam yanti mitya kalakarinaha.
Nastika Veda Nindakaha Pakanda Veda Dushakaha Ete Sarve Vinashanti Mityachara Pravartakaha.
Yajnadana tapah karma svadhyaya niratova ved esha eva hishotyukta satyarama sanatanaha.
Wonderful, wonderful.
I love it that each one of you were able to pronounce some of the words which are not either in your origin language or into English, because the Sanskrit and Hindi is very highly phonetic, which means you can never misspell it. I mean, you can misspell it, but you can't mispronounce